Love, love, love. There we go. Hey everybody. I'm trying to get it where y'all can see. See, that's the problem. Is I ain't gonna be able to get it. Oh. Let's see if this will help. Well, then you can't see me. God dog it. See, this is the problem I knew I was gonna have. JD was so kind to get one that has all four of the sisters. Now, here's the issue that we are running into is that I cannot get all four of the sisters because you still got to be able to see me. So, I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to, I don't know which way to go with that. So, somebody gonna have to help me, tell me, touch it, bring it, babe, watch it, turn it, leave it, automatic, something. Somebody gotta do something. Because I'm not gonna have people not be able to see Paige, the charmed one. So, I don't know, girl. I don't know. What y'all doing? How's everybody doing tonight? Because I do have something I want to talk to y'all about. It's not bad. It's just me being curious about what y'all think. Because I'm going to just, listen, we going to figure the picture out. Whatever. Hey, Jerry. Oh y'all, Chanel Mack is in here. So y'all go follow Chanel. Chanel plays Charisse on Wicked City. And if you haven't watched Wicked City, then you need to because it's amazing. And if you don't follow her, then you need to because I said so. So here's the thing that I really want to get ready to watch a podcast live at 6. Oh, which one are you watching? So this is what I've had this one in the drafts for a little while because, you know, I hate Lily. Y'all know that. Y'all know I hate Lily. And so that has made me start thinking about Lily and some of his storylines. So when Leo in season 7, you know, the Avatars unalived him because he was too much of a risk, threat, whatever. Thankfully, thank God they did what none of the Darklighters could do. Anyway, so once they take him out and then time gets reversed and then he comes back, where did Leo's avatar powers go? Where did Lily's avatar powers go? Because I really want to know that. I want to know that. I want to know that. Because I feel like they just kind of dissipated. It was definitely given into the void. It was definitely given into the void. It was giving some other being has them now and we don't know where they are. Y'all, I keep trying to move my head so you can see all of them, but it's not working. Anyway, and I'm telling you, I have been racking my brain over that for the past couple of days, trying to figure out where those avatar powers went. Because I feel like the avatars just snatched them. Like, that's my thing, is I feel like the avatars were like, okay, anyway. I feel like the avatars were like, you got to get up out of here, homeboy, because we're done. We're done. I need to turn this light on, but I don't feel like reaching up there because, yeah, like Steven said, he never stopped orbing. But then I think that's because Leo is useless and he probably just couldn't figure out how to use the power. So, or they didn't care about him enough to upgrade him to their way of getting around. That's probably what it was. Lily was just so useless that they said, you're just gonna say 5 nice things about Lily that you honestly feel. Say 5 nice things about Lily that you honestly feel. He's pretty. He's pretty. He's pretty. I can't say he fixed the pipes because he used magic to do that. Hey, Jennifer. He used magic to do that, so I can't say that. I can't say that he had great gowns because he wore the same outfit every episode. I can't say he had nice hair. I can't say that he was a good white lighter. I can't say he was a good father. I can't say he was a good husband. I can't say he was good at his job because he didn't have a job. I can't say that he was good at fixing cars because he went into an iceberg before he could. I can't really say anything good about Leo. Okay. Let me stop. He made a very good ice cube. He made a very, very, whoever sent me roses, thank you. He made a very good ice cube. He made a really good punching bag for Chris in season 6. He made a really good punching bag. He gave a lot of Darklighters arrow practice. He did that. He did do that. What is that, 3? He was a little bit better than Sam. A little bit. He was a little bit better than Sam, so I can give him that. Okay, wait. That was 4. So there's got to be one more. Jennifer said he can levitate. He didn't even levitate. He hovered. Okay, okay, wait a minute. Wait. He was really good at not being a good white lighter. Boom. There we go. See, you see, that took a little while. Thank you, Catherine and Jennifer. That took a little bit, and that took a little while. But, yeah. Those are 5 things about Lily that mean something to me. Here's another one. He was very vocal about not wanting Piper to be cool with her sisters at least twice in the show. And that's not me just saying that. That is actually part of the show. Like in season 2, when he got mad that okay. Admittedly, he wasn't necessarily mad. He was just jealous that she was spending more time with, her sisters. Okay, so he didn't get mad that time. That's true. Now, season 5, my boy got straight up angry when he was like, the freaking power of 3. Leo, shut up. Leo, shut up. The freaking power of 3. Leo said, baby, listen, I want these girls gone. Leo said, I want these girls gone. If their main line of defense is the power of 3, then baby, let it go. He said, pack it up, fruit salad, because you need to focus on me and this baby that I done pumped in you. That's what that's what we need to focus on. That's what we need to focus on. Not Lily, oh my God. Jennifer said, and he had that your powers are tied to your emotion speech. Now, baby, listen, you have one little misstep. If you fool around and somebody don't freeze for longer than 5 seconds, baby, your powers are tied to your emotions. Okay, Lily, we understand that. Can you give me something else? Can you give me something else? Can you give me something else? Lily would, if one little thing would happen, well, that makes sense because your powers are tied to your emotions. Okay, Leo. Thank you. We know that. Thank you. Next. Thank you. Next. He probably used that speech if Piper overcooked dinner. Now he said it every night because, did I just accidentally block somebody? I didn't mean to if I did. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Q just 100% said it. 1 minute is y'all gotta stick together, and the next is your sisters aren't, the sisters are inseparable. Thank you. Boom. That's it. Now, what I will say is, after season 5, I feel like after season 5, the whole wanting her separately thing kind of went away. I will admit that. After season 5, I feel like that stopped being a storyline because I think let me double back because I want to say this. I really want to say this because I know people get mad at me for talking about Lily, even though he deserves it because he's a piece of trash in khaki pants. But I attribute a lot of Lily to the writers. Like, the writers are the reason that Lily is. So really, at the end of the day, that's my thing. Is like, at the end of the day, it really was like a writer's thing. Because I don't think they didn't know how to write anybody. I was going to say they didn't really know how to write male characters. I don't think they knew how to write anybody. They just kind of were figuring it out as they went. Now, Jeremy says, what do you mean he gave up on it? He just decided to abandon her. Listen, because we didn't get into the gaslighting that he did to that lady. Because he literally left that woman for dead. He left that lady for dead and said people stayed unalive and under Leo's care. That's true. What's the name of the show or book you're speaking of? We are talking about Charmed. And I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to lie because, I be joking. But I actually, if you're going to be a fan, we need you here in the fandom. Like, we need you in the fandom. Had to give my kids a bath. Oh, okay. We're just bad-mouthing Leo, Jerry. That's it. Like, no, Leo definitely was a gaslighter. Leo wasn't a white lighter. He was a gaslighter. He was a gaslighter. Fully. Somebody said, I did get mad that it's India Green. Let me stop saying somebody. India Green 505 said, I did get mad that they always kept Phoebe being the one turning evil. I think that it makes sense. And just besides the Nexus thing, right? That Phoebe was the one that kept turning evil because I think Phoebe was the one who was the most, like, willing to go outside of what's happening. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to say. Phoebe is the one, especially in the earlier seasons, that I feel like was the most, like, open to everything around her. Like, she wasn't just she was more rebellious. She wasn't, oh, thank you, Tarot Teddy Bear. So that's, Jerry said that he thinks that Lily was a gaslighter in later seasons, but it was a situational thing. I could see that. But, yeah, empaths tend to attract darkness. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I can see that. And it's like, Phoebe was the most outgoing but vulnerable. And you know what? I think that's a very good point. Oh, someone cash out me. Listen, Winter, because that last cash out, I really should, just to be petty, change it back to the other one, but I'm not gonna do that. Because JD gave us a good one, and this is the one I'm gonna stick with. Because it's not about money. It's not about money, so... But girl, you know I thought about it. You know I thought about it, chum. Phoebe married the source. Yeah, she did. Yeah. Do y'all realize... Let me say this real quick. Let me say this super quick. Do y'all realize how y'all going in on these comments, character after character? Baby, that's what we do around here. Around this way, we pick one and we just go. But do y'all realize like how close we are to 10,000? Y'all, I am so close to 10,000. Our page, our community is so close to 10,000. I am so ready to hit that number because that's going to be a huge accomplishment, because I never would have thought that me getting on the internet, on Beyonce's internet, talking about Charmed, would open up this huge like milestone. I never would have thought that. I never would have thought that our community would be so big that we would have almost 10,000 followers. Like my brain is it's crazy. Like it is crazy to me. So Tanya asked, do we do different shows or is it always Charmed? So I feel like it's mostly Charmed. I try to change it up from time to time, but I know not everybody is interested in that. But I do eventually want to maybe not. Hey Nicola. Nicola. I do eventually want to try to figure out like how to segue into other stuff a little bit more, because I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. The other stuff I'll be talking about, I feel like don't nobody be listening to that, but I still want to venture into it and see what I can do. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, we're just gonna talk about these ladies from San Francisco, where only one of them really. Shut up, Galen. Don't say that. So anyway. Anyway, one time I met the actor Balthazar Phoebe's man. Listen, which one though? Because you know Michael Bailey Smith back in the cut, that chest, that big old chest, girl. Pose would be cool. See, I want to do a poll, but I feel like people be tripping. Who met Julian is because I don't remember who said that, but oh, Pose. I vote either Buffy or Angel for nostalgia. I really want to rewatch Angel. Like, I genuinely want to rewatch Angel because I feel like there's a lot of stuff from Angel that I do not remember. So, somebody said that Coop deserves the hate that we give Lily. Here's the thing. I do not agree with that statement because Coop wasn't there long enough to do anything, I think, either good or bad, that would facilitate a hate train. It's kind of like when people like get on Natalie, and I'm like, baby, she was there for one episode. Like, and by the end of it, she wasn't even alive anymore. So when people be like, oh my God, she was so annoying, I hate her. Ugh. Girl, bring it down. Like, you are right. You are right. Oh, we got a guest. Okay, y'all, we got a guest. Ryan B is gonna jump on y'all. Okay, so let me see. I hope that I know how to. Okay, the invitation was sent, I think. So we finished not smart. So
Hey,
howdy.
what's
Howdy.
up? Hey, Fred.
Nothing much. So one thing that we typically do, I put the guests in the big screen so that way people can see you because they're used to
Not the
seeing
big
my little
screen, honey,
face.
not the big screen.
The big screen, maybe the jumbotron, because they used to seeing my little face. So I just put the guests on so they can be seen and heard.
Well, Happy New Year, first of all.
Happy New Year to you! I can't believe it's already 2024.
Oh my
Like,
God.
like it feels like the future. Like I feel like
First of
Judy
all,
Jetson, not Judy.
just so you know, it's New York City, and my boo's making a lot of noise in the kitchen, so you guys might get some noise.
I ain't hear nothing. I ain't heard nothing. So.
Because all
So
I hear is bang, bang, bang.
So somebody said that you need to defend Leo, and
I need to defend Leo.
yeah, they said you need to defend Leo.
Who has said that?
Somebody in the comments said that you need to defend Leo because we're Leo haters around here, so
It's like that meme or that video. I've come to the conclusion if God don't do it, it just won't get done.
Leo. So, what are your thoughts on Leo? So everybody can kind of be on the same page.
So I just started watching season 5 for the first time in a long time,
Hmm.
and I made a video about how it's a mess. And I think now that we're getting into season 5, Leo is probably getting to the worst that he's been that I can
Yeah.
think of. A lot of manipulation, a lot of using Piper's anxieties and fears about her mom dying and stuff against her. I'm not here for it. And also, I always kind of felt, even from the beginning, the whole Leo thing is like they've been tussling from the beginning, right?
Hmm.
So it's like, how much do you actually love this man, or do you love the tussle? Because how much time do you actually spend with him? Like, what do you guys actually do? You know what I mean? Sometimes you can just get really obsessed with the back and forth,
Yeah.
and that's what it gives. Other than that, like Leo, he's nice. Get somebody else to do it. Okay.
Yeah, I can't because I made a video the other day because I promise you I don't even remember the whole conversation was being had about whether it was creepy that Leo had watched Piper since she was a baby. And there were people I actually got disgusted. I hate when people use the word disgusting because I feel like it's overused now, but that's a whole other
Mhm.
conversation for a different day. And I genuinely find it disgusting though that people were trying to defend it. It was the weirdest thing to me. There were people who were like, "Well, he didn't have anything to do with her growing up and he wasn't raising her, so it's not really weird." And I
Yeah.
was like, there is no way on this earth that is green sometimes that you can tell me that it's okay because he didn't. Like Piper was, and I had to go back and watch the scene. I actually had to go back and watch the scene because I said I'm not gonna sit here and half remember something. And so I went back and watched it, and Piper was like, "Oh, look at how squishy I was," and he was like, "Yeah, you were so cute," reminiscing. And I'm like, you can't, like, you can't be for real. And I just got more upset as the scene went on because Piper was so excited, which is, I don't want to use the phrase out of character for Piper, but I feel like she's so random, so she's not ever really excited about something. And she was excited about being a mother, and Lily's like, gotta nip that in the bud real quick. And I was like,
Yeah.
how could you call Patty reckless? Because number one, she had a good plan. She almost executed it until Sam came and executed
Her
her.
white lighter.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sam came in and he is the one.
Wait, and listen to this. Remember later he says to Piper about her dying, like, "Oh well, your mom, like, you have something your mom didn't. Me, meaning her white lighter." And I'm like, but her white lighter was the reason she died. Like, get in, get
That
in.
part. Like he is literally the reason that this woman is no longer here, that she got in the kiddie pool and never got back out.
Exactly.
And I like I'm just saying. I can't. I couldn't, like, when I went back and watched the scene, I was just looking at the look on Piper's face. And even she was like, I'm gonna, raise my child the way generations of women have done before me. And he was like, well, whatever he said. I don't even remember what he said in response to that, but basically he was like, girl, get over yourself. And I
Yeah.
was like, there's no way. There's
Yeah.
no
Yeah. In terms of like me defending Leo, there's just really not a lot to defend. Like, there's just really not. Like, not even as a white lighter goes. Like like the healing powers are inconsistent. Um, yeah, I just don't have anything. I just feel like if I was Piper's girlfriend, I would be like, you can do better. I would probably tell her, I know people hate this opinion, but I'm like, if you claim to want this normal life, which she really doesn't,
no.
Dan right next door. Like, you
Yeah.
could live right next door, and that get somebody else to do it.
And people hate Dan. And I just find that so interesting that people hate this man. And they'll be like, "Oh, he was too possessive, he was too clingy, he was too
No,
this."
he wasn't.
And I'm
No, he
like,
wasn't.
this man was being gaslit every day. Like even
Okay.
P3H2O. Go ahead.
Okay, to that point, let me say this. Everybody listening to this, let you be dating somebody, right? Y'all got feelings or whatever, and their ex is over the house every single day. This person is lying to you, randomly leaving, saying it's no problem, and her ex is in the house and she only can spend like 5 minutes with you at a time. Come on.
Hmm.
You know.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Like
couldn't be.
let's be for real.
Yeah. And also I can't relate because in real life, like, and I've said this before, I in my real life was in a Leo Dan situation
Hmm.
and I chose Dan. So
That part.
you
That
know.
part. Baby, listen, I don't know who I am. I guess I'm just, I don't know. I don't even know that there is a character that would equate
But
to
I know
me.
for the plot, Leo makes more sense because that's the whole thing with the Hollywood line,
Hmm.
tussling with the man, you
Hmm.
know. So that makes more sense. And if she would have got with Dan, it would just be her being with the stable man who's trying to take care of her and have a family and all of this kind of
Hmm.
stuff.
Hmm.
And, you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's why I really feel like and Piper and Phoebe are so much more alike than anybody realizes. And I think it kind of gets masked a little bit because Phoebe is the one who's like wild and she's out there and she's doing this and doing that, oh, I'm gonna choose my man over my sisters. When Piper doesn't necessarily do that, but
Hmm.
she still chooses the man that's all their shared white lighters.
Oh,
So,
yeah. It's calm chaos. Like,
yep,
yeah,
yep,
on the outside it seems like it's all together, but like when you really look at it, I can relate. Like I can relate, I know, but eventually you got to make the decision that you want stability, if that's
yep,
what you want, and you got to go in that direction. And Piper
yep.
wasn't about that life. She wasn't.
No, God.
Also, in season 5, it is really showing me how much Prue was a stabilizer in that family
Hmm.
because the amount of chaos that's happening in season 5, I'm just like, Prudence would have never stood for this. Prudence would have never stood for this.
Baby, the minute Piper went to that woman's funeral asking if she could get the crackers out the casket, Prue would have just slapped her. Like Prue would have just slapped the woman and moved on, and we wouldn't have thought no more about it. We wouldn't even have questioned it.
Yeah.
Um, but I mean, on a more serious tip, like I feel like the only episode that kind of makes sense, like with that, and this is so random, but the Data Magic died. The way Paige and Phoebe were like, okay, we don't trust these demons. We got to come up with a plan. I feel like that's that organization that makes them the charmed ones. Like
Yeah.
that's the kind of thing that, yeah.
You know what? Also, I was thinking about you earlier because rewatching it in the new version of Charm. So I just think about it this way: 1 through 3 is one show,
Mhm.
4 is a bridge, and then 5 is like a completely different show, right?
Oh yeah.
And in that show, Paige is actually my favorite character. Like,
Okay.
like because here's why: Paige is she's decisive, and I think because she isn't tethered to like the trauma and all the chaos that they're in, she's able to step back and just be like, okay, so this is what we're gonna do, and just kind of like and ground them. And I don't know, there's just I feel like she's the energy in the show right now. Where right now in season 5, Piper is still trying to do season 3, where she's doing all the trauma and all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
and then Phoebe is just like once Cole came into play, Phoebe was like, fuck everything.
Hmm.
Like fuck
Hmm.
school, fuck my sisters, fuck everything. She's
Yeah.
like, I got about 45 minutes to more improve.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cry over this
Yep.
leather jacket and let's wrap this thing up.
Over that piece of jacket. I'm gonna take this napkin real quick. I'm gonna dab my eyes, and then we gotta go.
And that's all I got.
We
That's
we
all I
got to
got.
go. And that's I'm glad you said that because I do think Paige. That's one of the reasons that she is my favorite is because, and that's I think too why she gets burned out at a certain point because she really is the one at the helm of it, and they kind of did with her what they said they were gonna do with Billy, where they did kind of give her the reins, but then when she really started getting a hold of it, they were like, hey, just remember we are the ones running the show. Like they would be like, well, we've been doing this a lot longer than you, and blah 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 blah. I'm like, well, she's out here by herself essentially because y'all are doing your own thing, which is fine.
And
But
kind of how Prue was in season 3.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yep.
And but you brought up a really really good point that I hadn't really thought about. I feel like to that extent, Paige did not have, like, Paige grew up in a two-parent household. And not to say that two
Right.
parents is stability necessarily. I mean, she could have grown up in a single parent household and still felt the same amount of love.
Hmm.
Um, but she grew up in a stable environment. She was just the one who rebelled because that's just the person she is. And we don't know how
Exactly.
much of it being adopted had to do with that, but she still, you know, had it at least there where they, I mean, they grew up in that chaos with Victor and whatever else and blah, 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 blah. And then it was like just their life choices. Piper and Leo, I
Oh,
think.
somebody said in the chat,
Mhm.
do we think that Paige was a better white lighter than Leo? Actually, I think once Paige stepped into her white lighterness, we really didn't even need Leo, and there's a lot of time we didn't even have Leo. So at that point, it was just like divorce,
Yeah. Yeah.
divorce.
Like get him up out of here
Yeah.
because there's no way. And the thing is like, did Paige get some of her charges? You know, put 6 feet under. Yeah, yeah, she did. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and say my girl didn't. But what I think made Paige a better white lighter, like from my view, she was able to separate herself more. Like Leo was just in it. Like he's seeing
Yeah.
them 24/7. He's being creepy when he first meets Paige. Like, as your white lighter, I can take those underwear off. I mean, I am always watching you, and it's like, I was like, Leo, you just met this woman. Why are we being creepy with her already? But I mean, why not? But I feel like Paige was kind of like more able to separate from it. And even with her sisters, I don't like, that's another reason that I think she would try to separate herself from them. Is like she moves out in season 6, she moves out in season 8, she tried to move out in season 5. Like she's
Mhm.
constantly trying to find her independence and she's trying to figure out who she is outside of them. Because
Yeah.
I think it's very easy, especially if you have never had siblings, to get lost in that and get
Yeah. And I
lost in the
think
shuffle.
this is also why a lot of times she wasn't the most effective white lighter because, like, let's face it, Paige had a lot going on. Trying to integrate into this family earlier on work, trying to figure out the whole magic thing, and then also trying to be a white lighter, and then also trying to like reconnect to who she was before like you said, a
Mhm.
only child having her own
Mhm.
life. Where it's kind of different with like the original three sisters, Piper, Phoebe, and Prue, because they grew up as siblings,
Mhm.
and we met them separate, but they still grew up really close.
Yeah.
And then they had a period of disconnection, and then they came back together. So that's natural for them to be enmeshed like that.
Mhm.
But for Paige, it wasn't. So Paige is like, I'm used to moving and shaking on my own, and I'm not used to having Piper trying to tell me what to do. And how you gonna tell me what to do when your shit's a mess? And and Phoebe's off doing whatever she doing, and you know, and
Mhm.
then even coming into the whole Phoebe and Cole thing, like that had to be crazy. Like imagine you find out you have a sister, one of your sisters just died, other
Yeah.
sisters with this demon who's doing it was a lot going on. It was a lot
Mhm.
going on for Paige. And watching it now that I'm kind of over the loss of Prue,
Yeah.
I can have more empathy for Paige and see what Paige was going through.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's important too. Now, will I ever give the elders anything? No. What I will also say, I think is very important to factor in. Paige could not
Paige,
orb up there and ask them a question.
Paige was Lynn from Girlfriends, by the way. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I feel
Especially when
like
it came to work. Especially when it came to work.
my problem with that, because I do understand, I do agree with that. And I think my problem with that from the show's perspective is they made her into that. Because my girl was low-key on her way to being Joan. I'm not gonna call her Tony because she wasn't that toxic.
Ooh, that I can't see a Paige being a because Prue's a Joan. Like
Her was
Prue's a
definitely a Joan.
yeah.
The reason I say on her way to being one is because she had her own job, she was independent, she wasn't, relying really on anybody else. She was able to take care of herself. Even when she moved in, my girl still was like, I'm good. And then they turned her into like season 1 Phoebe. And she was 2 steps away from riding a bicycle. Because every time I think about season one, and I'm like, they really had a charmed one on a bicycle. I can't. Like, I can't. The fact that she was on that bike when she got her first premonition, girl. But
Paige was Maya. No, so Maya was my girl, and Maya wouldn't be in any of that. Maya is oh hell no, and she'd be about it.
but the
Like,
minute you tell Maya that she got to go fight a demon, oh hell no.
yeah,
And guess what? She ain't showing up because if you waiting for her to vanquish a demon for the power of three, oh no. Mm-mm.
absolutely not.
Mm. If anything, Piper would be Maya. Piper would be Maya. She'd be like, I'm not doing that. You ain't finna get me involved in that.
Yes, very much get somebody else to do energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And but yeah, that's why I just love Paige. I mean, was she a perfect character? No. And like I said, I do feel like that's why she burned out so quickly. What I've always really struggled with from a storytelling perspective is the end of season 6 when they or towards the end of season 6 when they take Phoebe's powers. And like the next episode, they're doing those charts, star charts, and whatever else. And Paige is so repressed because she's like, Phoebe's got to get her powers back because we da 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 da. And I was like, I feel like we're being a little dramatic right now
Yeah.
because love Phoebe down. Phoebe ain't never been getting no premonitions like that. Like
This is
to
what I'm
where
saying. This is what I'm saying.
like let's just be real. They was acting like, oh, thank you, Zay. They was acting like, oh, that's not to me. Oh, never mind. My bad. I thanked him for something that wasn't coming to me. My bad. But
I have no idea how the roses and stuff work, so I don't even. To be honest, while I have you, because you do lives, how does the rose thing work? How does it work?
so like the roses and the other little things that might pop up and it says this person sent or whatever, they're worth money. So when you get it, there's a little thing you can go into that says like balance. When you go on your profile and you hit the 3 things at the top, it'll say balance, and then yeah. But in your
Okay.
notifications after you get off, there should be something that comes up that says like transaction amount,
Right.
and it'll say like this is how much it's worth. So
So how do you? Because you said like it's not for me. How do you know what's going where?
because it'll say like you for me, or it'll say went to Ryan B. So like
Oh, okay.
yeah, like if you look in the chat, it'll just say sent, and is to me, but it'll say your name. Like
Okay.
yeah, somebody just sent you some.
Oh, thank you,
I said somebody. It
Zay.
was
Thanks,
Zay.
Zay.
Yeah, Zay. Listen, Zay is a rider.
Zay's alright.
Yeah, we got our real ones in here tonight. We got our we got
Oh,
our
you know what I want to talk to you about? The conversation about Prue being the reckless sister, right? So I
Mhm.
want to talk about this because out of all 4 of the sisters, I don't know if you saw my video where I forget what the original conversation was. I think it was it was the same conversation where Leo was trying to make Piper feel guilty or using her mom's death against her. And then I was saying how Leo and Cole both do this thing where they try to weaponize the loss in their family to make the
Mhm.
sisters feel like reckless or they shouldn't be doing XYZ.
Mhm.
And then people were saying like, "Oh yeah, well, Prue was reckless for always chasing after demons and like all this kind of stuff." And I was just like, for me, I just feel like that's like it's such a retcon because when you look at those seasons, like Prue was never a reckless character, and there was a period of time toward the end where Piper and Phoebe they was on this. They out here trying to get a ring. They not worried about nothing.
Mhm.
And Prue having the most offensive power usually had to go first, charge first.
Yeah.
But also, if she wasn't out here trying to fight demons, we would just be watching like, Love Island or Love is Blind or, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
But also I think about like the being a charmer, I'm just like it's inherently reckless, right?
Yeah.
Like and they fight demons out in the middle of the daytime all the time,
Mhm.
in parking
Mhm.
lots, in the park, at the swimming pool, at the ice cream truck. And I'm like, it would be nice if they could fight demons at midnight in the basement every episode.
Yeah.
But what you gonna do? you know?
Yeah. Like, can you just like blink in and sit down for like 5 minutes? Let me go get me something to drink. Let me go
Yeah.
get a snack, and then we can fight to the death. Like,
Yeah, but in terms of like recklessness, I would think actually, even though I said that Piper is she's very much a cautious character, I would say Phoebe and Piper are more reckless overall in terms of their bigger decision making.
Yeah.
Like even going back to when Phoebe even had to tell Piper, like, don't you think you might be being selfish, making us do all this with your wedding when we don't know what the elders are going to do to us, and all of this just so you can marry this dude? Like, what about us? You know?
Mhm. Mhm.
I don't know. I
Mhm.
just feel like they just try to play Prue after she died. What do you
Yeah.
think?
Well, I think that the show is God, I hate going back to this, but because I hate like being like, oh, the writing, but I think there are some times where the writing is to blame. And I think that season 4 is really to blame for that because the lens that they're looking at her through that season is season 3, like solely season 3.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I think that's why a lot of viewers, especially ones who, like season 4 or whatever, they see Prue as reckless because what the show was doing in season 3 to me was setting up for season 4, like, oh my God, what are we going to do without Prue? Because Prue was the wrecking ball. Prue was the one who went through the demons. Prue was the one who did this. And she was like, I think season 3, and I could be mistaken, was the first time we heard the phrase like super witch be used.
She
I,
was a super. Yeah.
yeah, like that was the first time that we ever heard super witch. And I think that that was very intentional because they really were trying to show like, and even with little things like Prue getting them tennis shoes. Prue, this is season 3. Why are we just now getting tennis shoes? Why are we just now getting these airwalks from
Mhm.
Payless?
Not
And you telling
Payless.
me to put them on? But
R.I.P. Payless.
like I love me some Payless, y'all. They were one of the only ones where I could go and get some shoes in my size.
What
Out of
Payless? Wait, what size shoe do you wear?
a 15.
15. Wow, I thought me wearing a 12 and a half was like big. 15? That's insane. That's unconstitutional.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it has made it very difficult to find shoes throughout my life because, especially like back in the cut, they just didn't like have shoes, like that in the store. So like I would have to order a lot of them, and when you do that, sometimes they're a little. I got to go to workish, and so being 15 and 16 wearing I got to go to work shoes was not fun.
I gotta go to work.
Got to go to work,
What's
let me get
those
my
shoes
work.
for cruise or cruise for shoes? Remember those shoes that you used to have to wear like at restaurants? Shoes for cruise, special shoes.
Mm-hmm. 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 The non-slip, all of that.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But but that's why I do say season 3 and season 4 are a lot to blame because I think people make that, and that's kind of around the time that like the show made certain things their personalities. And that's when we really started focusing on Piper's neurotic.
Thanks,
And she,
Zay. Make it rain.
listen, I'm telling you, Xavier cutting up, baby. And Theron, because I keep saying Theron, but it's
Mhm.
Theron. Because I really be sitting here thinking about like Theon from Game of Thrones. And so I have to anyway, that's not the point.
Which I need to start watching. Like, I need to watch again because I watched Game of Thrones years ago because my boo's like really into it, and it was. I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't my thing. My followers always drag me about this, and it's weird because like I love shows like Game of Thrones, but then I started watching House of Dragon, and instantly just like Rhaenyra is my
Yes.
that is my bitch. Like I'm waiting. Like
Listen. Listen, I
listen,
don't care what my nene do. I don't care if my girl's children have dark hair. I really don't
listen,
because
listen.
Nene is my girl.
She said what she said. Also, sidebar, I'm looking forward to this summer, the Black Girl Targaryens, because since Beyonce came out with the Ice Blonde, this summer, baby, the Black Girl
You know,
Targaryens are gonna go crazy. Like I cannot wait. I
you
cannot wait.
know that the Targaryens from the south side of Old Valyria are finna be making their appearance. You know they are.
Are they
You
coming?
know.
Winter is coming, baby. This summer.
Listen, hot girl winter is coming
Yes.
because I'm telling you, they finna be cutting up. They
Yeah, and I live in Brooklyn, so the girl's gonna be on it. I'm already seeing it. Like ever since Beyonce came out with that Ice Blonde, I'm seeing it's everywhere. I'm just like, yes, this summer is coming.
I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm telling you, my girl broke the internet low key.
Oh, wait. Somebody's talking about the podcast. Did you listen to Shannon Doherty's podcast?
Yes. And
So, thoughts, observations.
so let me start by saying this because this is my biggest thing that I have taken away from all of it.
Hmm.
Some of the charm fandom is absolutely insane
Yes,
because
yes.
there is one thing to agree with one side over the other, but there are people who are sending hate to either Alyssa or to the other ones.
In my video that I posted about it, which went like really viral, I'm in there constantly having to delete tags of Alyssa Milano saying crazy stuff to her. And I'm like, don't do that in my thread. Like, no, 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 because I'm team, like, in general, I'm a pretty, like, a neutral person, right?
Mhm.
And I think I've told you this before. I have three older sisters who are identical to Prue, Piper, and Phoebe.
Yeah.
And me and my younger sister are like Paige. I'm used to that dynamic and I'm attached to that dynamic because I know it so well.
Mhm.
And so I just know that there's always different stories to be told, right? And
Yeah.
I also know that sometimes you wildin', sometimes you do fucked up shit,
Yeah.
and we all play the villain in somebody's story.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
also, like on Shannon's side, as a person who had this reputation for so long,
Yes.
because because of some like coworker stuff or some interpersonal stuff,
Mhm.
she has the right at this point in her life to set the record straight and be like, no, I took this L, but really here's what had happened.
Yeah. Yep.
But I don't want to like drag Alyssa because like I mean at the end of the day what is done is done.
Yeah.
And but yeah, you're right. It's been crazy.
It has been ridiculous the past like however long. I'm telling you, it is crazy. Now, I'm gonna make this statement, and I don't know if I should make this statement, but I'm gonna say it just for
Okay.
the sake of transparency.
Okay, pop your shit. Go ahead.
I do not. I don't know Alyssa Milano. Let me say that I don't know that lady, but there's something about her I don't care for. Like there's something about her energy and what she presents to the world that seems very fake to me, very forced, very
Yeah.
like she seems like when she goes home at night, she just lets loose and probably just says all kinds of things that I'm
Mhm.
not gonna say because I don't want to get banned.
Yeah.
And there's just something about her that I don't care for. Um
Yeah. I feel that. I do. And also I think when I look at Alyssa Milano, like her reputation since even since she was Sam, like when Sam on Who's the Boss became a teenager, she
mhm.
was like at a crazy young age, which is wild now, like a sex symbol. Everybody always liked her, and that's where her attention came from, was
Yeah.
being like the sexy girl. And if you remember during the Charm days, she started to do those candy ads, and
Yes.
like it was all about like the sex appeal and who's the sexy girl. Where Shannon, that wasn't her thing, but Shannon was
Mhm.
always like an it girl too, but it wasn't necessarily about like sex appeal. So
Yeah.
I can see Shannon coming on the set because Shannon's the kind of girl that pulls a lot of attention naturally. And she's
Yeah.
also very outspoken, but also Shannon is a very serious actress. Like
Very.
her acting ability, which by the way, remind me to talk about these three movies that came out in '97 that all the charm ones was in, and they were all my movies. Like Holly Marie Combs, Shannon Doherty, and Alyssa Milano all had movies in '97 that were my motherfucking movies.
I
But
absolutely love that you trust me to remember that. But go ahead.
okay, I'll try to jump back to it. But Shannon, so I can see how Alyssa being used to getting that kind of like male attention and being like the sexy one and the girl could feel threatened by that and act out in some kind of way,
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
And also when I look at Shannon, Shannon is also another person that like I know Shannon to have a lot of similar girlfriends like Sarah Michelle Gellar and
Yeah.
Selma Blair, like, powerful girls who are kind of similar, and she can have
Mhm.
camaraderie like that. I don't know Alyssa to really be a girl's girl in that kind of way.
Yeah. Yeah. Like she just seems like she just has random friends.
Yeah, yeah,
And
and it could be private. I could just not know. But like
right.
from what I know publicly, I don't know that to be Alyssa.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And the reason that I wanted to make sure I said that I don't care for her as a person is really part of the same reason that I don't tend to make a lot of videos about it, talk about it on live and stuff. is because I don't ever want that to seep into, what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Because I
yeah,
think the important thing that people are ignoring with this whole thing, like you said earlier, two things can be right at the same time. Like
yeah,
people's
yeah.
experiences can be completely different, but be completely valid because that's the way they, understood it and that's how they experienced it.
Hmm.
And I did make a video afterwards and was like, I felt really bad. Like I really did. I genuinely felt horrible for her and for Holly because like there was so much emotion in it.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
like seeing them live, I like seeing them in person. I had so many different experiences with all four of them. And like Shannon was, like you said, very serious. Not
mhm,
not like unapproachable serious, but she wanted to talk about what art meant to her, like what the movie, what being in movies, what
yeah,
TV, what being a director,
yeah,
what that kind of stuff meant to her. And she took meeting the fans very seriously.
yeah, yeah.
And Holly, my girl seemed like she was like clocked in but clocked out. Like she said, okay, let me just get ready for this because I know I'm gonna be meeting a bunch of people. But she was very personable, like
Mhm.
it was very like, I'm gonna talk to you, but I'm not gonna go too far because I got about 2,000 other people I'm gonna meet, so I gotta
Yeah,
conserve my energy. Rose was probably my favorite experience because she seemed like she was there for the fans. Like she was the one that seemed, I don't know if it's because she just started doing this stuff kind of more, you know, regularly, but she seemed like she genuinely, somebody said Holly's there for the chick. I I wouldn't go that far. I would not say she's there for the chick. I do think she wants to talk about the legacy of Charmed. I think she just has to disconnect
and
because
I also think that Holly carried a lot emotionally
yeah,
on in the entire show, and I think
yeah,
that kind of goes through how she approaches a lot of the panels in the whole show because that's a heavy experience to have. Like she talked about, Shannon was the one who fought for her to be on the show, and
hmm,
then for her to be fired and then not be able to really defend her and then
yeah,
publicly come out and watch her friend go through all that, but then all these years of going to cons and meeting fans and like
hmm,
this narrative about Shannon Doherty and about Prue, I feel like that's a lot attached to your work experience to have to keep
yeah,
going into.
yes, exactly, exactly. And like Rose is, I think she's still kind of in that phase where she's getting used to it. She didn't really fool with Hollywood stuff like that, and she was the most like she got to know people. Like she called me by name, and she remembered my name from the table to the panel. Like she met so many people in between, but she still remembered me.
Mhm.
And I noticed her doing that a lot with different people, like saying their names, stuff like that. Um, Alyssa.
Hmm. The
So
pause.
I'm
It's a
watching her.
pause for me.
Well, because I'm watching her. First off, the people that were there for her were, I'm talking about, this was before Shannon's podcast, talking cash money stuff. I'm talking about like we are in line waiting to meet Alyssa, and they're like, yeah, Shannon was so horrible, and no, when I met her, she just had this horrible I mean, just like, and I was kind of like, what does that have to do with why we're here? Like, we're not here to meet Shannon, we're here to meet Alyssa. And so we get we're in the line waiting there, whatever, which that girl is a whole other story. Well, I'm gonna circle back to that. But I'm watching because I'm getting closer to the table, and I'm just watching like people give Alyssa stuff because they give them stuff, and like people are like,
Mhm.
I make this for you, and it's the only thing I've ever done in my entire life, and I just want to give you this. And Alyssa would like take it and be like, oh, that's so cute, and then she would like hand it to her man.
Toss it.
Like it was two steps away from her having like a trash can on the table and like throwing it away in front of their face. Like it was two steps from that.
She has like a paper shredder. She just
Yeah,
like
she's like a paper shredder. This is such a beautiful autograph picture of your entire family that got burned down in the house. Okay, here. Like, put it in the shredder. Like, it's just, and that's how it goes. And so I get up there, my little picture, whatever. And not my picture, but I'm get there and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so excited to meet you. Now she did give me a very sweet message. I will say that she was like, I said something. I was like, I don't even remember what I said, but she was like, your smile is basically, she told me my smile was really nice. And that was really sweet.
Mhm.
So then we get ready, but even then, it sounded like she had like written it down in a book somewhere. But anyway, so that's me being hateful. So we get ready to take the picture, and I'm like, is mama gonna come from behind the table? Because usually when you take a picture, they come from behind the table. So I'm
Yeah.
waiting for her. I met Adam from Power Rangers, and he came from behind the table. I mean,
Mhm.
I've met all these different people. Not all these different people, but I met different people, and like they come from behind the table. And Alyssa goes, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like the lady is the standing there with my phone is like, do you think you can lean in a little more? And I'm like, me? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, okay. And so that's why the picture of Alyssa that I have is me being like, because I'm trying not to block her, but then I'm also trying to be in the picture. And I'm a big boy. So it's like, I'm trying not to have like man boob in the picture, and then like my neck, my like gullet is over here, and then like one eye is trying to look over there, and the other one's trying to keep an eye off of Selena. Like it was so much happening, and I'm just like, that could have been avoided if you had just got up from the table. But this is what makes me mad. There was one girl, and this is where I was circling back to. She, number one, the girl is insane, and I think I unfollowed her because she like was making video after video after video, talking about trying to discredit Shannon and Holly,
Mhm.
and at one point she even goes, "Everyone's experience is valid, and I'm not trying to invalidate anyone. But this is why Shannon and Holly are absolute liars and they don't deserve to live." And I'm like, she didn't say that specifically, but I'm just saying like that's
It's
how
like that
hard
Wendy
she was
Williams. That to you all.
right? She was on her Wendy Williams. She was on her Wendy. And I'm just like, you can't be for real. And so this girl had gone to Paris to meet Alyssa. And
Mhm.
then within the next few weeks, she was like, oh, yeah. Then I found out she was coming to Dallas. So I had to book this flight. And I was like, you booked a flight to Dallas after going to Paris to see this woman. And so then I'm getting on like she followed me on Instagram and I'm looking at her page. She has gone across literally like across water to meet this woman. She everywhere in the United States of America that you could imagine to go meet Alyssa, she is going to meet Alyssa. And so Alyssa is calling this woman by name. She's
I
the
just don't each
only
other, man.
one, like she's the only one that like Alyssa came from behind the table to go take a picture with, and like she had like no touch rule from what I understand when they were doing like the photo ops. But then this girl was like they're back to back and like they're
She's on the
homies.
payroll.
She was on the
And
payroll. I
she's
mean,
like,
like
look,
that's what
go
that's
slander. Make sure you go slander that bitch after this. Make sure you know.
I mean, listen, I'm not gonna tell anyone what to do or not to do, except
No,
if
no,
you'd like to
not the
join the
girl. I was
Patreon.
saying Alyssa was saying that to the girl. Don't
Oh, yeah,
y'all
oh
don't go
yeah.
slander
She
the
was
girl.
yeah, she was like, wherever you go, just bad mouth whoever you want to. I'm not gonna tell you any specific names. No, I'm not gonna tell you Shannon, Holly, and Rose's names. I'm just gonna tell you that whoever you want to, talk bad about, do it. Like, and I was gonna say, if you'd like to join the Patreon, please do so. You can find me on Patreon at the Power of G.
The
I have to
power of
plug it.
G. That's a cute, by the way. The power of
So
G.
somebody came up with it, and I have it in there so that way they know who did it because I can never remember it off the top of my head. It was a very very cute thing, so I was like,
Okay.
yeah, let me.
So the movies. Wait, let me. Okay, so in the chat, tell me if y'all have seen this movie. These movies. So number one, in 1997, a movie I used to love. It's called Friends Till the End. And Shannon Doherty was in it. She was in this rock band with this blonde girl, and this blonde girl was like super jealous of Shannon Doherty, kind of on brand, and basically was trying to like sabotage Shannon Doherty. This movie used to go off. I used to love this movie. It's called Friends to the End. Let me know if you guys ever seen this movie. And then the second one was Holly Marie Combs. Now this was really my movie. It's called The Texas Cadet Murders, and it's about this couple. They were cadets in like the military,
Mhm.
and this guy was seeing this other girl, and Holly was the girlfriend, and they got together and killed the girlfriend. And this was a real story. And Holly was out cold in this movie. Like I used to love this movie.
That don't
Yeah,
even sound
so
like something she would do for some reason.
behind Leo, she might. Behind Leo.
That was the only time Holly clocked in was when Shannon left and when when Leo was involved. That was it.
Yes. Yes, Holly was acting exactly.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I used to, me and my sisters, I mean, so my sisters and I, like, were Shannon stands. We were Team Brenda household. So, like, my sister, who was 10 years older, we used to love 90210. So, I
Hmm.
was Team Brenda. And I, with Jenny Garth and Tori Spelling, who I was like Donna on 90210, I still felt the same way about Kelly and Donna as I do about Alyssa,
Hmm.
what they did to Shannon. It was same vibe. And, oh, also, third movie, Alyssa's movie. Body Count, which also had another name. I think it was the one with Ice T. That movie was lit. Yes, Body Count. It has a different name, but I forget what it's called. It has two names, but Body Count is how I know it.
Alyssa Milano and Ice T in the same
Yep.
movie.
Yes, yes.
I feel like I want to see that now. Like I feel like I need to see
all
that.
all three of these movies you
Hmm.
need to see. I think you would really live for the Texas Cadet Murders.
Hmm.
But my favorite was Friends to the End. But
Hmm.
all of these movies, 1997 was the year that The Charm was put out some
Yeah.
fire movies.
I need to see this because
Yes.
I can only imagine Holly Marie Combs trying to unalive somebody. And there
Hmm.
is one person that just joined the chat that I really want to give a shout out to, and I don't know if they're still here. And if they are, okay. So I don't know how to say her name, but Raisa Artista. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
She makes some beautiful art. She is a black woman who makes beautiful black art, and I would just like for everyone to go follow her
Thank you, though.
because baby, baby, baby. Black
What's her
History
name
Month is
again?
coming. So, girl, you need to say something in the chat because I don't know how to say it. I'm not finna keep on messing it up. Raisa Artista. And you can go look up in the people that's here. Cause if you're in the thing, cause I can't, but listen, Black History Month is almost here. And I'm just trying to I have to do a little bit of something just for community service. And yeah. No,
I'm
let me
with
stop.
it.
Let me stop. But no, I'm doing more Black History Month
Not
service.
Jonathan Majors month.
What? Why do people keep saying that? I don't know
it's
what.
be it's because Jonathan Major was saying that he wanted his girlfriend to hold him down like a Coretta Scott King. And then he said about Megan Good that she held him down like a Coretta Scott King. And everybody's like, why do you keep bringing up Coretta Scott King in your BS? So now people are referencing him to MLK, which is hilarious. Jonathan Major dresses like a civil rights action figure.
I want to say something, but I don't know how controversial it's gonna be
Go ahead. Go
because
ahead.
I feel like there's a specific reason, and so I'm gonna acknowledge that after I say what I say. It is very interesting to me. It was very interesting to me to see the transition that social media made from relentlessly defending him to absolutely hating him. It was a very interesting shift. Now, the reason I say that I kind of understand it to a certain extent is because a lot of people were like, we don't know what really happened. And so of course you can't form necessarily an opinion based on something that you don't know. So I'm not mad at that. My thing was like how quick they were to discredit the woman involved
Oh,
before like there was anything available to say yeah I agree with the situation or I don't. And people were just like, oh, she's got to be lying, she's got to be lying, she's got to be lying. And then it came out, I think at one point, that she wasn't telling the truth, and people were like, see, we told y'all the woman was lying. And then some other stuff came out that was like happening, that did happen. And people were like, oh, no, Jonathan Majors is trash. And I was like, how do we get from point A to point B? Because I feel like this is whiplash. Now, again, the reason
people
I
jump on stuff too quickly. That's the thing. People make up their minds and jump on bandwagons too quickly. And my thing is with celebrities or any kind of entertainer, you never know what people are doing behind the scenes. You never
Mhm,
know. So I don't care
mhm,
who it is. If some crazy stuff out, you can't automatically assume that this person is telling the truth because you like their work,
mhm.
and you can't assume that that they're lying. It's just like people just jump on stuff too quickly. We're talking about Jonathan Majors, by the way, because some people are like, "Who the hell are y'all talking about?"
Yeah.
Jonathan.
it that was just my little
Mm.
take on that because it's kind of like it parallels a little bit, not really because it's a completely different situation. This thing with Shannon and Alyssa and Holly, because I feel like there's just like immediate, I'm on this bus, I'm on that bus, and instead of
Yeah.
just saying like acknowledging what one person said or the other and being like, "Ah, I can see this being true, or I can see that, but that ain't my business." People are just like going in, going in, going in. And Alyssa is trash. And I just keep seeing people like
Oh,
posting
it's
about how Alyssa's
crazy. It's
horrible.
crazy.
It is
It's crazy.
ridiculous how much hate that woman is getting. And my
Yeah.
thing is like, number one, this is no shade. Season 3 ended in 2001. That was 23 years ago at this point. That's part one. Part two, my mama said something that really made a lot of sense to me. Um, Shannon is facing an illness that
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
terminal. And she really doesn't have a reason to be like, let me smear Alyssa's name a little bit. Like
Yeah. There's really no reason.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's no reason for that. And am I saying that her and Holly's view is the 100% truth? No, because I wasn't there. And even if I was there, I might have had a complete, different viewpoint of everything that was happening. Um, but I think it's crazy to be like Holly and Shannon are just lying. They're just trying to get something started. They're just this and that. Da 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 da. Blah 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 blah. It's crazy to me. And then somebody brought up Rose and Alyssa. Rose has said, we talked about this. I think I was on Instagram Live because I went on live on Instagram last night for like the first time in forever. And I was just laughing at that interview because the lady's like, so your former Charmed co-star, Alyssa Milano, she's very heavily involved in the Me Too movement. And Rose is just like, okay.
Like, her energy about Alyssa tells me all.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I've never even looked into what happened. When they asked her about Alyssa Milano, she was like, I don't like her. The way she said it, I was like, okay, I
Hmm.
don't even look no deeper. Like,
Hmm.
it's period.
Hmm.
It's period. Like, I don't fuck with her.
Somebody was asking me like why I still like the character Phoebe. And I was like, because Alyssa Milano and Phoebe are two. Alyssa
Yeah.
Milano's a real person, and
Yeah.
Phoebe is a
Yeah.
character on a TV show. Like that's why I'm still talking about Phoebe because Phoebe and Alyssa Milano are not the same. And I think that works in different ways because I think that's why people love Holly so much because they love Piper. And
Right.
so in their eyes, like Holly is the sweet one who would never do anything and this and that. And Shannon, it actually, I don't get angry about TV shows a lot. I really don't. It makes me actually have a physical reaction when people get in the comments and they're like, no, but Shannon was the problem. And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
why Prue died. That's why Prue this. That's why this happened and that and that and that because Shannon was the issue. And I'm like, you have got to be sick in the head to go on the internet and bash a person like to such a degree that you have never met, and if you have met them it was for a very limited time in a very controlled environment. I just think that is crazy, and to go off of the people said the same thing on 90210
Well,
baby.
that's the thing. So I made a video about this because like Shannon has been working since 1981, since she
Mhm.
was 10. She's done nearly 100 movies. She had an issue on two sets that had the same boss.
Mhm.
Out of
Mhm.
100, think about your personal job history. Everybody listen to this. And you worked 100 jobs and you had issues on two sets
Mhm.
with specific people, not the whole set. Because even with 90210, Shannon stayed close with a lot of people on the set. Most people, except for Jenny Garth, and even Tori Spelling came out and said that she's the one that went to her dad, who was the producer of the show, and was
Yeah.
like, "We need to get rid of her," and she regretted it.
Mhm.
She was just trying to stop what was going on because Jenny Garth and Shannon Doherty apparently got into a fight. Like
Yeah.
they got into a fist fight, and which knowing what I know of Shannon, that don't surprise me.
All
Like,
right, Shannon
I,
looked like she throw hands.
yeah, like that just does not surprise me at all. But to take that, oh, but to her point too, I get why she kept the firing a secret because this is why.
Yeah.
Because being a fired again, people are like, "Oh yeah, you're difficult. You're the problem.
Mhm.
She's the
Mhm.
issue." When
Mhm.
realistically, who has not had an issue with their coworker?
Yeah.
But
Yes.
most people's coworkers can't run to their dad and get you fired.
Yes.
And
Yes.
the,
And I've seen people try to go in on them and be like, well, why didn't you go to the mediator? If you were really trying to defend yourself, you should have done that. No, I'm not saying that they should or shouldn't have, because at first, when I listened to it, and this is another reason why I kind of waited to say what I had to say about it. Sometimes I have to think about stuff because this is not all the way turned on, and so I was one of the kids that George Bush left behind, and so sometimes I have to kind of let stuff marinate and process, and then I just forget to talk about it. But I know for myself, from Galen, that if somebody I didn't care for was going to HR and these different, what mediators and whatnot, I probably, and I'm not saying that this should be the rule, I'm just saying I probably would not engage with them either, because now I get you 10, they're gonna be on her side because she's the one that has initiated all of this. She's the one that's been telling them this. They're looking at it through from her perspective. So that's how, I'm not saying that that's the right view. I'm just saying I could see that. I could see someone thinking like that because that's how I would think.
Mhm.
Because, someone was like, y'all are just mad at her because she was smart enough to get her case. And I'm like, just the fact that you're even calling it a case is
Mhm.
the issue. Like, instead of saying like, and I'm talking about the fans. I'm not talking about Holly and Shannon because they're looking at it in a retrospective thing. So for them, she was getting a case together. But
Yeah.
people who weren't there are like, so you're mad because she was getting a case together? You're mad because she was, no, the problem is that she was getting a case
Yeah.
together.
She was building a case on
She was
Shannon to
building
get
a
her up
case.
out of it.
She was trying to. Now, here's the other part where I struggle with that is that that is a smart thing to do, to document things.
Yeah.
And even if she was being malicious, which I don't know whether she was or not, it was still a smart thing to do to get something on paper, because even if, no matter what kind of the public perception would be, sort of legally, you could say, I set this up, this up, this up. They didn't come to it. And I don't know. I feel like that's my stance on it is, am I saying that I like it? No.
Well, also sometimes when people want to justify stuff, they kind of go there where it's like it's almost like when Donald Trump was like, they like, you don't pay taxes, and he was like, oh, but I'm smart because I don't pay my taxes, as a
Mm-hmm.
way to deflect from you doing some fuck shit.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, I work in operations and I oversee hundreds of people throughout
Mm-hmm.
my company, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I've seen shit like when people say, oh, like, oh, Shannon, like your coworker can't get you fired, and how I've seen shit like this go down. Especially, I don't know why it is, but I've seen women do this a lot to other women. I don't know why this is. And building a case, and sometimes by the time the case is built,
Mm-hmm.
there's not anything the other person can do because this person has already been talking to so many
Mm-hmm.
people that the
Mm-hmm.
case is already built,
Yes.
And in that case, and then on top of it, Shannon was in a place where she had already been fired from another job before similarly,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
her being told like, listen, just take this option and just tell the media this and just move on about your
Just get
business.
on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and from a fan perspective, I don't care about the smart thing because I'm a fan of the show,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
the show was on a great trajectory.
Yeah,
And the
yes.
way it impacted the show, like granted, we everyone got used to Paige. I'm just getting used to Paige. I already said this. I'm just getting used to Paige. But a lot of people started later. Like some people started the show after, right?
Yeah.
And what's that glowing eyes thing that just happened?
So Jerry just sent some glowing eyes because the first time that happened, I almost turned this thing off because I was like, no, thank you.
It was giving
Um,
goosebumps. It was giving goosebumps for
it
real.
was giving very that. Like, I thought it was possessed. I said, okay, we've been talking about Charmed, we've been talking about Charquetras and all this and that, and now something got in the phone, and I'm finna turn it off, and AT&T can have it back. But yeah, it's just one of those little gifts, and some of the gifts do different things. Like, they'll show up on the screen and have like a reaction to it. They'll do a little animation. It's really cool.
Okay. But yeah,
Um,
like yeah,
yeah.
so I think like we've suffered as fans behind that.
Hmm.
And also it's just it's tough to have a character like that because the show is about these three sisters. So we're invested in all three of them, right?
Hmm.
And then also death and loss and them mourning is such a big part of the show. And then for us to have to mourn the loss of The character,
Yeah.
like I've watched reaction shows where people watching it for the first time who didn't know Prue was gonna die,
Yeah.
who were just like devastated, like
Hmm.
and like I remember where I was when I saw the first advertisement for the new season of Charmed, and
Yeah.
it was just like smoke, and they showed the people's faces, and instead of Prue or instead of Shannon, they showed Paige, and I was like, wait, what? And I
Hmm.
had to wait for it to come around again because this was in ancient times, so I couldn't run to Google
You
and
can't go to YouTube and be like, let
yeah,
me look that up
absolutely.
again. Hmm.
And I remember talking to my friend at school, like being like, because we were waiting for the premiere, like when school had started, and we just being like, what is going on? Like, where is Shannon? And like, and it was a lot. It was a lot. So, Alyssa, fuck the smart shit. Like,
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
starting to
now
get
you
mad.
read
Let me
me.
calm down. So I'm starting to get mad. Hold on.
No, because you just read me a little bit, but that's okay. That's
What's
okay.
that?
I said you just read me a little bit, but that's okay. I
I read
just
you.
yeah,
Why?
But no, 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 no. I'm being funny
Oh,
because I feel really. That's why I say I feel really conflicted about saying that that was a smart move
mm-hmm,
because let me tell you why I think that that's coming from a place of trauma. And I mean that I'm not I am being dead serious. I
mm-hmm,
worked for CPS for 7 years.
mm-hmm,
And I don't know how much people know about like social services, but one of the key phrases of working in social services is if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So for me, I spent 7 years in the constant state of mind where if someone comes back and they ask me why this wasn't done, I have to show them where I did try. So
mm-hmm.
if they say, well, this parent says they haven't been seen in 3 months, well, now I'm showing you the attempts that I made to go to the house and see them, and they didn't answer the door, or they weren't there, or they told me we would be there at one time and they didn't let me in, things like that. And
Mm-hmm.
so I kind of wanted to explain that because I do feel like everybody was like, "No, stupid."
No,
Into
no. I mean, the smart thing, like I didn't when you said it, I didn't feel that you believe like, oh yeah, she was smart to do that, but it's just like looking at it like subjectively. Like if
yeah,
you're trying to
yes,
from a strategic standpoint to do this, then
mm-hmm,
yeah, she did. She had her ducks in a row to do this,
yes,
but then obviously us as fans who love the show are like, yeah, but why the
mm-hmm,
fuck would you do that? And
right, right,
and again, there is a thing of like being a professional, realizing that, and I'm actually learning this as a content creator that you have to work in service of the people that you're putting your product out for. And
yes,
sometimes you have to, there are things you feel, there's things you want to do, but you have to think about this body of work and what it means to other people.
mm-hmm,
And so, and I think if Alyssa, and she kind of said this later, like in one of her interviews, but like if she had thought about that back then and was mature enough and not feeling herself and not insecure,
yeah,
maybe
yes,
she could have prioritized the fan base over her feeling a way about Shannon.
right, right,
Because
right, right, right. Because
I
I
don't
think
think Shannon
Shannon
would
and
have tried to
Holly
get her
have done
fired.
that. Yeah, like Shannon and Holly have done that. They have prioritized, I think, the show, which is why I really admire Holly for turning it off a little bit when she goes. Because I think if you just constantly keep meeting people, you're eventually gonna be like, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
hey Josh, thanks
Hmm.
for coming. I love that you love Charmed, and it just becomes a statement at a
Yeah,
certain point.
yeah. And
Um,
Shannon and Holly could have ran Alyssa into the ground back then.
Back in the cut,
And
yeah.
that would have totally affected the show. That would have made people hate Alyssa back
Hmm.
then and
Hmm.
affected the course of how people watched the show as it was coming out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because, I don't know if you noticed, but I actually started Charmed in season 4. Charmed Again Part 1 was the first episode I ever saw.
Oh, we talked about that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
That was the
yeah.
first episode. And then, like back in the cut, I didn't have like internet access. So I wasn't on like chat rooms and things like that. And so between that and then just starting to watch a show, I had no idea any of this happened. Like I had no
Mhm.
idea that there was like a problem. I had no idea that there was whatever. So from my perspective, like I essentially grew with Paige. Like Paige was the one that I was there for. So
Mhm.
that's why I always tell people now when people are like, oh, I don't know if I should just start before or after Prue. And I'm like, I feel like you have to start in season 1 to appreciate what Paige brings or what you
Mhm.
think she doesn't bring. Because
Exactly.
when people are like, "Oh, do you like the Prue era or the Page era?" and I don't think that you can have just like they work together because one leads into the other,
Mhm.
and I think when you watch the first 3 seasons, you understand how Paige is fighting to be a part of this family and how she kind of shouldn't have to fight that hard to be a part of the family. But you get a greater appreciation for the fact that like it's little things that make me sad for her. Like in Soul Survivor, when she now that was reckless, giving up her soul to what's his name? That was reckless. But um when they come and get her, she's like, they were like, "How did you know we would come for you?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Well, we are sisters after all." And I
Hmm.
was like, she shouldn't have had to say that. Like, it makes me sad. It actually makes me sad thinking about that scene because it was supposed to be like a cute little, oh, we're sisters. But then Piper and Phoebe kind of look at each other like, girl, do you hear this, miss? And I think that one thing really shows how disconnected she had always been. Like even in season 6, how disconnected to me. Now let me say this is completely my view of it, but season 6 and she's still trying to like, y'all are my sisters. Like,
Well, here's the thing. I think a lot of that has to do with like, well, tonally, obviously, season 4 and season 5 are very different.
mhm.
But I think as the show went on, they didn't make enough space for who Paige was as a character
Oh yeah.
for her life before she was a charm bomb because she already came from an immense amount of like personal trauma and
Mm-hmm.
like personal development, and then having to integrate into this family who these two sisters who are supposed to be in mourning,
Mm-hmm.
and trying to reconnect and build a siblinghood, and because they had all these other storylines with Leo and Cole and like Magic School, it became about all these like fantastical things. There
Mm-hmm.
wasn't enough space to really tell the story, and I think give fans, including myself, the space to really connect with Paige
Yeah.
and what she was going through. Because I really had to like sit back and think about like, okay, what would it be like trying to move into this situation as an
Right.
outsider? And the
Right.
show didn't really do a lot to help people get used to it.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's people in the chat kind of like saying that they like that Paige was on the outside or that they didn't really know her long enough. I think that's kind of my point is that, and when I say sad, it doesn't make me like, oh, I wish they hadn't done it. I mean, it makes me sad for the character. Like, it makes me
Yeah.
sad that she still was having to deal with sort of being like, we're sisters. And they're like, okay, girl, whatever. Because they have an established sisterhood.
Exactly. Yeah.
Piper would go on a rampage for Phoebe in a hot second. And Phoebe would do the same thing for Piper. I feel like Phoebe would have done that for Paige, and then Piper would have just been like, "Okay, we gotta go get her back because she's our sister." Like it would have.
Yeah. But also there is like, I don't care what anybody says. Like, because how like close I am to my sister. I don't know. Do you have siblings?
I do a younger sister.
Yeah. So like imagine like growing up with your sisters, and like nothing is ever going to make you feel as close to them as
Mhm.
them. Like I don't care. Somebody could be like, "That's your sister over there." I'm like, "Sure," but I'm not going to feel as close. I don't care if it's like that's my blood sister, but it's about so much more. It's like it's your shared memories. It's everything
Yes,
you built together.
absolutely.
And you know what they say? It's like when you lose a sibling, it's like losing your connection to your past and the future, right?
Hmm.
But they don't have that connection to the past with
Yeah,
Paige. And
yeah.
but for us as viewers, I think that's something we have to get used to too. Is that like she was never going to integrate in the way the original three were.
That's a
So
good point.
yeah,
Yeah.
so they were always going to have that. Paige was always going to have her. Cause I see in the comments a lot about like solo moments. Yeah,
Hmm.
she was always going to be on the outsider kind of solo because she'll never have that integration. Maybe in like 50 years or whatever, but like
Yeah.
not in 2, 3, 4 years. Like it's just not
Yeah.
feasible.
Yeah. Especially with her being half white lighter. So
Yeah.
that's the other
I
part
thought
that
you were gonna say half white. I was gonna say what?
we don't know. Paige Latanya Matthews, she could have been. She could have been. I don't know. I can't say for sure. I know what they showed us. That doesn't mean anything. But anyway, let me stop. Let me stop. But that was kind of like the elephant in the room that just never got addressed, which I'm not gonna say is good or bad for the story. Because I'm kind of formulating this thought in the moment and I'm not gonna say, fully, but that her being the half sister was always sitting there.
Hmm.
And it was like for better or worse, like, I don't know. I feel like being a black person, we don't tend to say half sister or half brother. We just say sister or brother, especially if we grew up with them. Whereas I do feel like the other hue, I feel like they tend to say half a little bit more. Now, am I saying that's 100% true? No, because I don't know, because I'm not, I'm not the other hue. To me, from my perception, from the people that I have met, let me double back because now I probably sound like I'm discriminating. What I'm saying is that the people I have met have tended to say half.
Well, also to that point too, because I've tried to think about that too, is like what it would be like to have a half sibling in this dynamic. Because a lot of like I don't have half siblings, so I can't connect to it necessarily. But a lot of their story is like their dad abandoned them, their mom
Hmm.
died, the shared history, and then you
Hmm.
have this sibling who has a completely different background. She wasn't raised with you, but then she also has like a different dad. You know, she has
Yeah.
so it's all these different ways of being an outsider.
And let me say this to you. I have half siblings by my father. And I've never even referred to them as like a half sibling or whatever. Hey Jennifer.
Hey y'all, because I got some tea for that. But go ahead.
um I ended up
Not a
like,
T
I'm
symbol.
telling you, like, my brother and my sister by my father, they're horrible people because my father's a horrible person.
Oh no.
And yeah, like, horrible. And so I don't fool with them. And so me and my sister, we had a falling out with them a couple of years ago. Or I say a couple of years ago. It might have been last year, it might have been year before last. I don't know. I put it out of my mind. And I don't talk to them anymore. And so it was easier for me to disconnect from
Your dad
them.
kids.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And yeah, like my dad's kids. It was easier for me to disconnect from them, from them than it would be to my sister that I grew up with because like you're saying, we have that connection. We have that like, girl, so you finna walk away from me. Like really, whereas them it was like, girl, okay, anyway. Um And I think that what happened, I'm wrapping it up. I'm not wrapping the live up, but wrapping my statement up. I think that what happened with Charmed was they got lazy, as they typically did. And I think it was easier to pretend like Paige was there the whole time, but then pull out that she wasn't when we needed it.
And
Because
down again.
yeah,
Yeah,
like it will be little moments. Like I one moment that always again makes me sad for her is when, and I don't even know that it should, but it does, when they're sitting in the hallway in Cheaper by the Coven, and Piper's like, I wonder what it would have been like if mom and dad had both raised us. And Paige is like, girl, I don't know, because it's like, that's not her dad, number one. So even if
yeah.
he had raised her, unless they lied about who the father was and bound her powers, there would have not been any, like, there would have been that disconnect already. That's number one. And then number two,
And also probably
ag-
wouldn't have been a page.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So to me, I just feel like they did it like that, and then like in Blue Moon, whatever the Blue Moon episode was, once in a blue moon, when Piper's like, "How long have you been listening to me?" And Phoebe's like, "Oh, since the third grade." And she looks at Paige like looking for Paige to agree, and Paige is like, "Mm-hmm." And I'm like, Paige wasn't there when they were young. Like
So there
Paige,
were so many instances of that. Like, do you
yeah,
remember when Paige first came and Paige said something and then Cole said something, or I forgot who said something. No, turned into like a Wendigo. It was the first episode that Paige was there, and then Cole was like a Wendigo, and then Paige was like, "Don't ask, girl. You don't know. You want to hear for that." That was like Paige's first. You don't ask, baby girl. It's your first date. What you know about any
mm-hmm,
of that?
mm-hmm,
But
Not your
to,
first
to,
day.
to piggyback off of y'all half sibling thing. So I had an incident one time with people of less hue. I have 4 half siblings, right? Quote unquote, because I don't call them that because we don't do that here. But like I
mm-hmm,
have three halves from my mom, from my dad, and one from my mom. And I was at an event with one of my sisters from my dad, and somebody of less hue was like, "That's your sister?" your whole sister? And I thought that was such a strange question to ask. And my sister goes, well, she's my half sister. And I looked at her and I looked like we went into the bathroom. I was like, first of all, we don't do halves here. Like, don't ever play with me like that in public again. And it was some people of our hue that walked in the bathroom. I was like, black people don't do that. And then someone overheard the conversation and they were from the stall. I was like, girl, no, we don't. We don't do no half sisters over here. So yeah. But
So I have a
to
question about the half siblings. Is it more from the father side or the mom side? Is there a difference in how people?
yes,
Yeah.
it is. It is. I'm not gonna lie. My sister from mind you, I grew up in a house. I lived in a house for a while with my sisters on my dad's side because we're closer in age. But it's just something about your siblings from your mama. Like, for whatever reason, you just naturally are more connected. I don't know what that's
Because
about,
you
but
came from the same womb, maybe.
yeah, like
Yeah.
it's just a natural, instinctual. Even though, and mind you, my siblings from my dad were the oldest one were like 4 years apart, 5 years apart. So my sibling from my mom, we are 12 years apart. We never grew up in the same room, but that's like my baby. Like that, like it's so weird. I can't even explain it. But to piggyback off what y'all was saying about Paige, because I've been listening for a while. Oh, what you guys say? What you
You know
guys say?
something? This actually brings up a point that I felt about Paige because my sisters and I, so we all have I have four sisters, we all have like the same parents. And we both have this thing. We told our dad, we're like, if you ever have other kids, we will disown you. Like, period. And my dad never did, and my mom never did. And for me, I don't know why it could be like a spoiled thing, but I just had this weird thing of like, if I knew somebody else had my dad, but not my mom, that would just really irritate me. And my sisters, we all feel the same way. Where we're just like, absolutely not. And I feel like I attached that to Paige. Like when
Right.
Paige came into the show, I was like, well, she has a whole different history. But also, I'm like, but that's the reality for a lot of people. Like it's a normal experience.
But can we talk about how whoever did casting ate when they casted Paige as Sam's daughter? Because that girl looked like that man. Right? Y'all don't think so?
And
Y'all don't think
no,
Paige
and their
and Sam look
mom.
like?
No, Phoebe and Patty, like Finola
No.
Hughes and Alyssa. And they would say that Prue looked like Patty, and I'm like, no, 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 no. It's
So here's the thing to me about that, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I want to say this so I don't. They all look like different parts of her at different times, and I forget that they're not biologically related in real life because there are genuinely times like where they all look like her.
Yeah.
And I remember when in P3H2 when Prue was like, well, actually Piper looks the most like her. And when she came back, I was like, no, Phoebe looks just like her here.
Yeah.
And then when she came back for Piper's wedding, I was like, well, Prue kind of looks like her there.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like different. Hey, nostalgic. I just so happen to look at the comments. So let me stop for a second and acknowledge I don't read the comments because I just don't. Every now and again I may glance and I'll see something, but
Cigarette boys.
Jennifer, first off, I want to give Jennifer a shout out. I'm not trying to be messy. I'm just saying Jennifer is subscribed. So Jennifer gets a little preferential treatment. I've been waiting on Ryan. Not like that, not let me admit. I'm just saying like we have been talking about doing a live together for a while. So Jerry is subscribed as well. So I just want to make that perfectly clear because I don't want nobody to think I'm showing favoritism. I am just
Wow, Galen. Wow.
Somebody said that?
This is real. Wow, Galen.
I mean,
That's
it is
hilarious.
what it is. Put your money where your mouth is.
Baby, because I'm gonna just tell you right now, I'm not trying to be messy. If you gonna pay me, then yeah, come up. I don't care. If you want to talk about toilet paper, then baby, that's the floor is yours. Like,
Jennifer, what is your spiciest charm take? You got a take you want to talk about?
My spice. Well, the first thing, because I wanted to piggyback, and I'm gonna get into that. So I wanted them to dive in. I did want them to dive into Paige's storyline more, and it was crazy because let's be honest, the Phoebe after Cole left, Phoebe storyline had ran dry, and the whole Leo and Piper storyline, like we were over it by then. We was just like, okay, girl, do something else now. And that's why I wanted them to like embrace Paige because there was so much to explore about her, like y'all said. But then I understood in real life, Holly and Alyssa were the executive producers of the show. So it was like, are you gonna let the new girl come in and like take a little shine, especially when y'all already had drama on the show, you know? So
What was that cat paw?
I seen that before. I was like, hold up, what's going on
Right,
here?
that kind of threw me off.
But my spicy take is that I would have loved to see more of Phoebe as Queen of the Underworld. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I wanted that to go on for like 2 more seasons. Like, I needed that to be like I don't know why Julia had to go do Nip Tuck. Like, baby, we need you over here. Like, I needed him to stay and be Cole, honey. Like, just.
But let me tell you something. My Christian Troy ate.
No,
So
Christian Troy was that dude. He carried. I went right over there with him. I ain't gonna lie to you. He carried Nip Tuck. But I did miss him on Charmed because that story, like, even when they brought him back the one episode, which I hated because he only had one scene. But y'all remember the episode in Charm School when he saw his homeboy back to fall in love with.
back here.
Yeah,
when his hairline was back to the back of his head. I remember. I recall.
Not you bring it. I forgot about the hairline, but yes, it was back here. And he sent his homeboy to fall in love with Phoebe or something. Well, he did fall in love with Phoebe, but yeah. Like Cole was I really wanted to see more of her as queen. I was very, very disappointed when they vanquished him so soon. It was like, ugh, I'm not ready.
I feel like that whole storyline was really rushed, like, because that's a big exposition for a character, for it to wrap up that quickly. Like, even like I love me some Debbie Morgan though, because she was in East Bayou, The Seer, and I would like to see more of The Seer. Like, yes.
She was in Love and Basketball too.
What's that?
She was in Love and Basketball too.
Oh yes. Oh, that used to be
that disheveled wig, and her son was telling her that she better be all right with her husband cheating on her.
Her man was the Allstate dude.
Allstate man. Yeah.
You know, I actually hate Love and Basketball.
No, Love and Basketball is a terrible.
trash.
Okay, good.
Terrible story. Like,
because when I tell
it's the F boy freaking like epitome.
Yes.
Like,
and then at the end when she's like actually coaching and doing a job, and he's sitting there with her daughter like, I made you some
stay-at-home husband.
I was like,
not a stay-at-home husband after you had one girl in the house and you was playing for the other one's heart in the freaking backyard. Like, oh no, you're doing too much, sir. Like, not out in the back pooping for love. No.
Right.
Why your fiance is in the house? Why your fiance's in the house fixing you dinner? Like, what? Tyra better than me, honey.
Please, not hooping for love.
No, Tyra is better than me because it couldn't have been me. Even as a child, I was like, when the movie ended, I said to myself, like, so where's his girl? Like, she just, because no one ever mentioned her ever again after they was hooping for love.
She went into the void.
That was the thing about 90s.
She went into the
problematic movies.
What'd you say, Ryan?
No, that's the thing about the 90s, like problematic movies where we thought like the bad guy was the good guy and the good guy was the bad guy, and like, you know, just like Save the Last Dance, where Nikki was made a villain, but Nikki was actually speaking some real truth.
Was.
And like, you know.
But I think from a child perspective, things just seemed different. Because you couldn't tell me back then Julia Stiles couldn't dance. Because, baby, I thought she was...
Yes. Oh, my God.
I thought she was eating, baby. Like, I thought she had the moves, child. Her and Honey Daniels from freaking... What's the movie? When Jessica Alba played Honey Daniels.
Oh, from Honey.
Oh, my God.
I thought they were eating. You could not tell me them girls could not dance.
It was awful. It was terrible.
Let me tell y'all something. And I know. This is why I call myself the ratchet charmed one, honestly. Baby Boy is one of my favorite movies.
Me too!
And it's like, I know how toxic that movie is. And I know it. I'm fully aware of it. When he did the beat it up dance and then she made him the tacos, I was like, okay.
Period.
But here's my light defense of Baby Boy. It's a real story, though. It's such a real story. This happens in real life all the time. And how we view Baby Boy is like how baby boys of the world are treated. You know what I mean? Like, it's horrible watching it, but it's like how many people are dealing with Jodies.
Yeah,
you know
that's true.
It's trash, but a lot of Jodies are trash.
I mean, I done had a Jody before. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't too proud to admit where I came from. I done had me a Jody.
Look, we all got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. You gotta learn.
Listen, you know, that's back when I was in my hetero era. And so I thought I was going to have an event.
Hetero.
I didn't realize I wanted to do that. And I didn't realize I wanted
I got a related question. Of the charmed men, who would be the man that you would choose? Who would be the one you tussling with?
The
You already
Cosby.
know.
The Kazi demon.
So
The
are you Cole? Are you Cole or who you doing?
100 baby.
You know?
I still want to hit to this day just to say I did it. If I pull up on Julian, receding hairline and all, that's his ass. If I pull up on Julian right now,
Come on,
You
man.
see him? And he looks a little plastic.
just
He
to
looks.
say I did it, just for cool points.
I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna pray for you, and I'm gonna hope that my prayer gets past the ceiling because you know I'm a heathen. But
All right, what about you, Galen? Who you
Kazi
picking?
demon, Kazi demon, Kazi demon.
Okay.
I don't care if Phoebe did say that he was illiterate because she's right. Because shut up, Galen. I don't care.
Why did I forget his name? So I already said in real life, I chose Dan in real life. But who I would really go for?
Hey, Dan.
No, yeah, that's like, listen, everyone knows me know that Dan is that's like that archetype put together. Red. Let me stop spilling my tea on here. But anyways, let me keep it moving. What was the name of the guy that Prue was
Not
misled by
Bane.
the guy?
Andy.
Not Bane. Not Bane.
No, listen.
No, Bane was
Bane.
fine now.
Andy and Bane. Yes, like Bane. Yeah, yeah.
Bane was fine now.
Back
But the
in my
way Cole
day-
was kissing Phoebe when he came back, when they put him in that coma, when he came back, baby, I was like, I was a little hot and bothered, and I was about 7. And I was like, baby, I don't know what they doing, but I want somebody to do that to me.
Back in the day, I definitely would have tried to get Bane back on the straight and narrow, help him get his life back together. I would have did it. Yeah, back in the day.
Now, I was
Listen.
older than 7, but when I was too young to be thinking what I was thinking about some damn Cole, I can tell you that.
Bane could have cracked
I'm
my
gonna tell
head.
you. So the Kazi demon, I will be having an affair with him, but like I'm talking about back getting cracked, eggs getting cracked. If there's something to crack, it's getting cracked. But but I probably would actually go for Jason because I feel like Jason helps you to be
Really?
the best version of yourself. And I'm not saying that he's perfect. I'm not saying he's perfect. For me, from my perspective, I felt like Jason will probably be a good match for me because I feel like Jason was the kind of person that would be like, okay, you're acting like this. We need to address what's going on. Because I can be a little avoidant at times. I'm not going to sit here and lie to y'all. Which comes from anxiety, whatever else. Like it's a whole whatever. But I feel like Jason would be the one. And it's not just because he's rich. That's the thing. It's not just because he's rich. Which is a positive. I would be, listen, I'd be just like Mitzi under that table.
Okay.
And he'd be like, what's going on? And you'd be like, if you'd given me a minute, yo would have figured it out. Like, giving very that. But
This
that's
is why
what
Leo would have known. Leo would have been a no because he ain't got no money. Like
Leo
that's
would have
Leo
definitely,
doesn't have
first of all,
anything. Leo doesn't have a wardrobe. He doesn't have money. He doesn't have a
Leo
comb.
and Leo seemed like his stroke was in the basement.
I don't
I don't know. He looked like he wasn't doing nothing. Like
Lily doesn't look like he has a stroke. He looks like
At
he would be
all.
like. He looks like he would like do one quick pump and be like, "Am I hurting you?" Okay. Okay.
what?
Okay, Lily. Thank you for asking, but no, you're not. And then you get back to it, and then another 30 seconds, and y'all are done, and you don't have to worry about it.
yes. Piper had to freeze him.
She sure
Yeah.
did.
She did.
That
She
makes
sure
me wonder
did.
though, what kind of freaky deaky moves was Piper doing that she had to freeze this man? Because I always imagine Piper being very much like, you remember when Joan and William tried to have intercourse? They tried to
Yes,
engage.
and she was a Uchi Ouchie girl.
And she like put the thing up to her head and she was like, go. Like I imagine that would be Piper. I feel like Piper would be very much like,
But that always killed me because I was like, not William Holden. Hold up. William had that thing, okay? John wasn't no saint.
oh, thank you, Jerry.
But
I saw somebody say something earlier about so you got to subscribe to be whatchamacallit, and I just want to acknowledge this because I feel like I have to say something about this. This is why I go back and forth and have been like really struggling with like people paying me for things because I have felt so out of place. And I feel like if you are giving me money, like yeah, you're gonna get priority to come on.
right.
That's just me. And like sometimes I don't even check like the guest thingy because I'm talking. And I don't know if people realize this, but I get very hyper focused when I'm talking. I get very intense
And
and
it's hard to look at the chat and focus.
which is why I don't do it.
Yeah.
And people know that. I don't look at the chat. So I wanted to say that because I feel, yeah, I just wanted to.
Well, to
Listen,
speak for
there's nothing
myself, since I am
wrong
the
with
subscriber,
receiving.
I am the
What'd you say?
subscriber. I will say this: I subscribe because I genuinely. You're the only person I'm subscribed to on here, and I genuinely appreciate the content, and it's so niche that I was just like, oh, I love this. You know, let me show support, and we gotta support each other. So I was just like, let me just throw my little few dollars up here. So if y'all want to come on here, put y'all money where your mouth is. Show your support. Just that simple.
Listen, I appreciate that. Thank
And
you.
that's me saying that I am the subscriber. So I'll say whatever the hell I want. I said put y'all money where your mouth is.
That part.
You ain't gotta say it again. I'll say it for you. I'll say it for you. It's fine.
Oh, wait, who just subscribed? Wait a minute.
See? Gotta promote, you see?
Baby, listen, Jennifer said, we're going to get you another subscriber.
And
if
I
it's the
said
right
what I
thing to do.
said.
Whoever subscribed, because I can't see it, because all I saw was subscribers. So you let me know, and you can come right on. I don't care if it's for a month. I don't care if it's for a minute. Come on. So,
Oh my
you
God,
can do it for like a
I
month.
wanted to tell y'all my Piper, the story where I was Piper, and I had to choose between Dan and Leo. All right, so listen to this, right? So I mentioned this earlier in the story. So I was dating somebody who I was tussling with for years. This was years and years and years ago, before my current boo, in case he hears me. So
Not clearing the air, child. Okay.
I'm just saying. So tussling back and forth, right? And I had this really cute neighbor next door, really, really fine dude who we had known each other in past. And strangely enough, somebody had tried to hook my ex up with this guy, but then my neighbor was like, nah, he's not my type, which made it even worse. So one day I saw my neighbor and we just connected. And from that moment, we were always hanging out. We instantly connected. But then my ex saw me hanging out with him because we all lived like near each other, right? So but I was in love with my ex, like in love. And I was just getting to meet my other person. So it was like I got this fine, rich neighbor who's really, really attentive and all that kind of stuff. And then I got my ex who's,
Come on, rich neighbor.
yes, the love of my life, but definitely the funds wasn't the same. They wasn't low, but they wasn't the same. You know, but the feels, but the bank of the feelings was,
Right.
and I had to decide because eventually, like my neighbor was like, well, because there was some overlappation. I'll say that. I'm not gonna lie. There was some like I was trying.
Not the overlapation.
Yeah, it was giving.
I
the
never
best
needed
man
this to
wins.
tell me where my heart was.
No, seriously. Yeah, and I was on my like, may the best man win.
Period.
And yeah, but eventually I was like, you know what? I gotta choose Dan next door. I just gotta do that. And it worked out for quite some time, So
I mean, you did what you had to do, friend.
I did what I had to
You did
do.
what you had to do.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
Babe.
I don't think I've
And
ever
hey,
been a damn
Steven, by
Leo.
the way, I just want to say hey to Steven.
They say,
Hi.
The way Steven played me real quick and said, so I got to.
I connected my credit card for you.
Thank you.
My
You
card
should.
information was never going to be on TikTok. This is a personal favor.
As you should.
First off, let me say this because how I feel so stupid. I promise you, there is not a paywall.
Also, Jalen, why am I still in the big box? Put yourself in the big box.
So yeah, because at this point it's too much going on, and I can't. I
I've enjoyed my Beyonce moment though. I have enjoyed it.
listen. I'm finna go get my wig right now, and we finna go to Valeria because
Listen, white girl Targaryen's up.
listen, my nene. I'm sorry. Okay, so okay, so Steven, since you're new, what do you want to, not new, but new, I'm flustered.
Not being flustered, honey.
Flustered, child.
See my
Flustered.
camera. Like, what? Why? Oh, wait, hold up.
You in the big
I
box.
told you.
Come
I
on,
feel
big
a little
screen.
exposed right now. Hi. But while I'm here, okay, so the Leo Defense League, right?
Let's hear it.
Okay.
Not
All
the
right,
Leo
okay.
Defense League.
It's not a league, it's more like a one-man army. Uh,
It is. It definitely
And
is.
what is it? What is it about? What are you
you
defending
know,
exactly?
I didn't come to the realization that I appreciated Leo until I watched the reboot, and I was like, I hate Henry so much.
Mm.
It was something about, I said, what is this show missing, right? I said, what made me like Leo? And I was like, oh, well, he fulfilled like the 90s fantasy of a man, right? Everything about him worked for the 90s, which is why I hear y'all say season 5 is when he gets the worst, because that's when the 90s fantasy was gone. And it's like, okay, so when you gonna get a job? And are you going to have a personality beyond being an angel? That there's a list of things. Marriage is more than a fantasy; it's a reality. You know, every day you wake up, you gotta, brush your teeth. You gotta get the kids ready for school. You gotta vanquish a demon. You gotta go back to your bosses who you really love up there in the heavens and tell them about your day and snitch in the family that you say you love. Um, but at the same time, I'm like, I can't blame him for half the things that he did because if I was in the predicament as someone who's always telling the charm ones, it doesn't matter what your everyday life says. You have to fulfill your destiny. You have to do X, Y, and Z. What do I look like not taking that advice when they tell me we need more elders? There's not enough of us. Someone has to step up, and you was the person who stepped up.
Now, Steven, Leo was messy long before they said that.
He was messy long
Nasty.
before that. That's why Holly.
Leo was
That's why
messy for
Piper
Leo
loved
was
him.
messy for quite some time. Okay, go
Listen,
ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead.
listen. I know deep in my spirit there was some mess. He did not like Nan. He would sabotage that man every day of his life if he had to. I think the idea of him being undercover for that first season was stupid because we could have used some help multiple times. I think, Andy wouldn't be dead if Leo had not been undercover.
So
Definitely.
many people wouldn't be dead had it not been for Leo.
So
It's
many
a
people.
it's a Prue would have still been here if it wasn't for Leo.
And literally had one job.
So
One job.
are we
What
saying
about when
That's
Leo
all.
get like Paige
Hey,
and
Mike.
Phoebe get dusted? Let them get dusted, and then Piper had to go back in time to reactivate them. Where the hell was he when they was turning into freaking bone dust?
Wait a minute. Are you talking about when Phoebe
Medusa
Minaj
spell?
Halliwell said, calling on Medusa's bones?
Listen, that warlock gagged them. I'm sorry. That was a good episode.
Piper had to go behind one. No,
My
I'm sorry. Yeah, the
God.
episode when Phoebe kept falling in love with that man that kept dying. Or that kept almost dying.
The grandma.
Phoebe saw that man not be able to dodge one bullet and said, okay, this is going to be my life's mission. Her and her little boots.
And
Her and
Leo's
her boots.
Leo's literal job was to protect them. But the former source of all evil had to send someone back in time to come protect them over this dude. And that's his actual job.
But what did the dude do? So let's highlight that, right? Everyone else gets to make mistakes except for Leo. Because Cole sent a person back in time to do the job. And what the first thing he did was betray him.
Let me stop for 1 second and say thank you to Planet Neptune. Because Planet Neptune subscribe. Baby, y'all cutting up tonight.
All right, y'all, I gotta go. I gotta go get out of here. This was fun. I don't know how to get out of here though. So let me see how I get out of here. Wait.
I don't know. I think you just ended, don't it?
You just
I
leave.
think you hit the X. And then it says,
It was nice to meet y'all.
Don't
bye,
tell him.
Ryan. You said, don't tell him, Mike.
Yeah.
What's that?
Mike
I
said,
said,
don't
don't-
tell you how to leave. How you gonna force him to stay?
You gonna force him.
I'm just saying that I think we should give a little bit more appreciation to Leo. If anything, he was a good teacher. He ran magic school real well.
What he taught was your powers are connected to your emotions.
You know,
Wait a minute, wait. Let me ask one question. Are we talking about the same Leo who made them demons nigh invincible so he could use them as guinea pigs?
That wasn't intentional. Wait. So we're gonna talk about like the problem with making demons invincible.
that was Leo's Professor X era.
Yeah.
Y'all know how I feel about magic school, all right? Y'all know how I feel about magic school. I hate that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's stupid. It makes no sense.
Magic school gave out of ideas.
They were digging deep in that bag, and they stole
They
the
ran out
word
of storylines at that point.
They were.
And I explained before how I think magic school can work as an indoctrination situation to the magical community of like picking up witches who don't have powers, going, if you go through this 5-year program where you agree with everything we said and you need to be doing, then you too can have a weird power. It's an MLM scheme. Ran by the elder.
Easy payments of $49.99. You too can levitate and get a book.
Levitate exactly across the hallway, and that's it.
I have a question about that. So Phoebe, the genie gives Phoebe the gift of levitation, and then the next
flight.
episode of flight, and then the next
It's
episode.
different.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah,
It's
they
flying.
are two different powers.
Okay.
How? Don't make much sense. How do you advance the levitation for the power of premonition?
I can headcanon that shit. Like, it all makes sense to me. All of that makes sense to me. I can headcanon the hell out of that. But, like, what I thought was weird was, like, she gets this gift, and then the next episode, I think it's the next episode, she can levitate. And
Not exactly next. It's like a next season because she gets levitation
There
to
was like
start
a
season
month.
3.
There was like a month in between from the show's perspective. There was like a month.
okay.
But I mean, you are right. Like it was still.
And they were like, we didn't have any demon attacks in this entire time, which is suspicious.
Very.
No one asked you questions.
It's like, but you know, sometimes they would say that, and it would be so. Like when Piper and Leo were getting ready to move out, and she was like, "When do you think the odds are that we can pull this move off before the next demon attacks?" And
It's the Piper voice for me.
It's the paper voice.
If I was the source, I'm sending demons in as movers to steal stuff.
I would inconvenience them, and she'd be like they get to their new place, and she'd be like, "Leo, I was gonna eat some soup. Where are the spoons?" And he's like, "I don't know." And then there's like some demon in there, and they're like,
No,
I'm having
but here's
demons
I want to
over
know. Now
season.
that y'all brought that up, who was repairing everything up in there? Because things would be destroyed and then put back perfectly. Like I'm
They
talking
were
the
using
doors.
magic.
Piper just paid for the repairs. Piper just
They-
always paid for the repairs.
I am telling you, I would pay good money to get money from them. Like I would invest money in like making beautiful signs and whatever else, because whoever ended up being their person that like fixed things, I am telling you, they were making a killing. Like
That
The
that.
Grandpa
clock
was
fixer
fixed
got a
everywhere.
fortune.
Whoever was fixing the furniture, whoever was that's why Piper was with Dan in season 2. But so he could fix things, because he was actually fixing things. He wasn't doing like Leo being like, I'm gonna go back home and I'm gonna get like some stain for the wood, you know.
I really think season 8, his persona should have been a doctor. It makes sense to me that he should be a doctor. He was a combat medic. That's like one of the few details you know. It's like, oh yeah, he was a combat medic in a war, an undescribed war.
Well, this is no shade, but how was he gonna go to medical school? Were we gonna conjure him up an identity?
I feel like that's okay.
True.
Like I feel like I actually agreed with, well, I think it was Paige that was talking about how like they could use magic to fix their broken home because of like it's sort of like pay it forward, like the demons, you know, like we kill the demons kill our house, we use our magic to fix our house after the demons kill it. Like I'm okay with that.
So no shade. Hold on one second. No shade to y'all. So to those saying that they want to talk on the live, all of us up here are subscribers. So you're more than welcome to subscribe if you'd like to join our conversation. We all
Make it
subscribe
rain.
to the Ratchet Charm. Galen ain't telling y'all what I'm telling y'all because I paid we paid our hard-earned coins.
Not your baby off. Wait a minute. Wait.
As
Because
the rent is
okay.
due now, not later.
Now I feel like a cheap hussy, because now I feel like, and now I feel like, let me tell you, like that's why I try so hard to explain stuff, because not explain like people are stupid, explain because like I really feel guilty so much of the time, because my thing is like, I don't think people know how my mind works fully. I get tunnel vision. And that's why like sometimes I may see what someone says and I'll be like, well, someone said blah 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 blah, blah. And then I have to go back and be like, okay, wait, no, let me stop saying somebody. It's this person. Because when I tell you I don't pay attention, I mean, I do not.
I'm the same way when I host lives. I'm the same way. I'm really, really bad, and it's not a disrespect. It's an ADHD thing. It is really hard to listen to people talking and also read, because I'm also dyslexic. So like it. Yes, I feel the struggle
The
Yeah.
But there's a
struggles.
lot going on when you host a live. There's like bells and whistles and lights flashing across the screen, and like there's a little meter going down as a timer, which is
Rashes coming on your
stressful. Like,
face, tats coming on your head, all types of
And
stuff.
that's why I stopped the first time I saw somebody. I don't even know who it was. That was like, so I got to pay to talk, and I was like, oh my god, is that what people think? Is that I'm some like money
No,
grabbing?
no.
I say yes.
But we are subscribed, so it does give you
I'm an
a leg
attention
up.
whore.
I'm
I'm an
flipping the
attention
issue. It's
whore.
not he's not no cheap hussy.
And I'm being 100% honest when I say, if someone is paying me, I am going to give them priority. Like, I'm not gonna just be like, okay, y'all can come on second. No, like, if you come on. Like, anyway, so that's why I have been struggling, y'all. Like, when I tell you struggling with this, because as I'm kind of moving into like this new kind of phase, and it is starting to prosper, like, not Sammy said, baby, let me put, this is what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm gonna
Sammy
cry.
said.
Listen, you gotta chill on your inner e-girl, and let it happen. This is how, all artists have patrons. I have a Patreon, and I'm also selling books. Like artists cultivate work. Work brings audience. Audience brings money. If you was selling a book or a TV show, you need people to be paying for your show. You need the extra help. Okay, of
Sammy
course.
subscribe. Sammy subscribe. That's what's up.
Wait, ready? Wait, somebody asked Galen to say a spell in Piper's voice.
Locked in,
You okay?
boxed
You okay,
in.
Galen?
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm very overwhelmed with just the support, and I don't know what to do with this in this moment. I'm just, wow.
We love your lives. We want to be a part of your lives.
I am very touched,
I
and
watched for a while before I decided to subscribe, but I believe in the content, so that's why I subscribed.
So
I budgeted, I was here. No, it was an informed decision. I've been in a few of your lives. You see me on Twitter here and there. I will pop in and say hello and be chaotic in the comments. So why not pay for my misdeeds and evil?
Exactly. Say I was in them comments talking shit, boy.
Yeah. Also, like, I don't think that you realize how entertaining and on point and in your own way very sophisticated takes that you have. Like, you have a following for this show for a reason. Sorry, I don't want to make you cry, or maybe I do.
Like I said, I didn't know. So it's, for me with Charmed, it's to the point like my boyfriend used to, like, when he wanted me, like, you know how you give kids something to do so they get out your face? He would turn on Charmed, and I realized he was doing this. He would turn on Charmed and then sneak to the room to go play Call of Duty. I didn't realize he was doing it. He did it so many times. And I thought like I was the only little black person that was like still in 2023, 2024 watching the show. So when I came on here, somehow I ended up on Charmed talking. I'm like, oh my goodness, like, there's other people. Like, this is cool.
Yeah, I'm one of the first editors of that Charmed wiki before it went to crap. I was there when they decided just to add random powers to the power section. I was like, I don't know if you're doing this, and it was like, but it makes sense. And I checked out. I'm on the original. I watched that show every week growing up. From like episode. I must be real. Episode 2, and then forward. But it's fun to talk about things that you grew up with.
And it's like, the true fans, we know, like, only we know what we talking about. Like, remember when Phoebe did this? Remember when Piper? So it's fun. I see a few other people subscribe too. I see y'all. Because I think I realized the RCO means subscribe. I see y'all in the comments, period.
Who else can I talk about how much Magic School makes no sense? With, it makes no fucking sense.
No
sense. Or the rules of the Book of Shadows not always adding up.
Someone said in the comments
Let's
that
find out, shall
they was in
we?
their Harry Potter. Period. Book of Shadows. Someone in the comments said they was in their Harry Potter bag trying to jump on that, like when they came up with Magic
They
School.
were, and those rogues
Oh,
suck.
no, for sure. 100%. 100%.
Again, the MLM scheme of it makes the most sense. The elders were scammers. They were truthfully scammers, founders of magic, founders of nothing.
Wait, MLM, isn't that men loving men?
I wasn't sure.
I won't say
I was
it's
gonna let
yes
him know.
and
I
yes.
didn't know I didn't know what it meant, but that makes sense.
What is MLM then? If it's
An
not,
MLM scheme is like when you have like a pyramid scheme. You know, it's like, oh,
uh,
you guys all give me $5 and you get to be your own boss babe. You know, you get to be a upper level witch, and then you can go find your coven, and they can be your lower level witches until they become their own upper level witches, and then together we can vanquish evil.
Not a pyramid scheme.
It's
The
the
grand
it's
design is
it's
the pyramid
the
scheme.
highest
know
tier
that.
on the House of Hallowell podcast because if you read like the producer tier on the House of Hallowell, like the $33 one, and they're like I realized because we watched it last night. I mean, I was like last night when I was on Instagram and I was reading the like description of it. It was like, first off, that's the only one where they say family. They stop you right off bat and they say family. And then they say, this isn't for everybody. If you love the show and you want to see your family again, and you don't hate us and you don't want to see us living on the street and you actually enjoy the show, you've actually watched it, then this one is for you. And I was like, wait, what? Like it was the weirdest like way to put it to me. Like I understood what they were trying to say clearly, like this is for the mega fans, whatever, but it was just really weird to be like, if you love the show. I don't know. To me,
Emotional manipulation in a copy, you know.
very,
Like,
very.
if you would fly on a Boeing 77 Max to come see us in every single city.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like
Don't
that
start
one
crying again,
girl.
Galen. But shout out to your new subscribers. I still
That's
see
why,
people. I still see people subscribing. Period.
and that's why I really needed to take a minute to like get myself together because like I appreciate it so much. I don't know what to say. So the reason I got so like emotional, especially with talking about like being young and watching it, is I used to watch this show by myself every week, and I have been so unhappy for so long. And talking about this show is the only thing that has made me happy. And people like paying to see it. It's just see me talk about it. I just don't know. I'm sorry. Y'all go ahead. Y'all talk. I'm just trying to.
So I do have a question. Was tonight's was Mac Attack keeps asking me about a spicy take. Was tonight, are we dragging Leo, or was that just a spicy take?
That's
Listen,
where they was
they're
at.
always dragging Leo.
They
Yeah.
I was gonna say Dragon Leo is just a part of who we are now.
And it's painful to me as a newfound, I empathize with him as someone who's tried to navigate masculinity differently when everyone says that, he didn't have a job. Yes, he didn't have a job. But his job was trying to save lives. Did he fail? Yes. Did y'all fail at your job eventually at one point? Yeah.
First of all, he was hating on Dan. He stole that boy girl. Okay, he stole that man's girl.
If she could be stolen, she didn't want to be with him. You all know these Warren witches. They all cheat. Every Warren witch cheats.
Everybody died under him. Everybody died under him at least once.
I always thought that was the buffoonness of Leo. I really thought that was like a writer's decision. Like I felt like he wasn't meant to always be capable.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
And he was not.
Damn, that's a terrible quality.
Yeah,
Damn.
that was.
Yeah, no, I know. I felt
not
like
him. Not him meant to be capable.
What was it Buffy said? What was it Buffy said when she had a cruciamentum? My calling might have been a wrong number.
I'm just saying, season 6, they decided to introduce that basically Leo was like a watcher all along, which didn't make sense, but he was training those men in sword fighting. Every day, he would attack him. He would have to defend himself.
So let me say this to that. So let me do two things. First off, I want to thank everybody that just joined. I didn't realize I could see everybody. So Catherine, Mar, Mia, Mac, Sammy, Planet Neptune, and Steven. Thank y'all so much. I wanted to say everybody's name. I didn't just want to let
Shout
that
out to all
go.
the subscribers. Let's get it.
Like, baby, the way I started crying and realized I didn't tell nobody thank you. I didn't realize it was that many people, and I'm just, girl.
Welcome to the coven.
Welcome to the coven.
Period.
Welcome to the coven.
Powers of the witches rise. Powers of the,
So
powers of the subscribers rise. Of course,
Why would the witches always rising? Why not really already there?
you can't keep a good witch down. You can't keep a good witch down. Did somebody ask me to read that stupid locked in boxed in spell? Hey, Planet Neptune. I'm gonna read it because I want y'all to realize how stupid that spell is.
She was in distress.
Is it the stupidest
Locked in, boxed
spell?
in was crazy. It was.
Locked in, boxed in.
Wait, because
breathe,
give me
need
1
a
second. I'm
breathe.
looking
No, but
at
it was better than Paige's haiku. Ludlow was
about-
Listen.
vanquished.
Okay.
Magic,
Wait,
the fundamental of magic is
wait.
timing, and that means poetry, sometimes bad.
So before we get started with this, let me go ahead and read it because it's so stupid. Okay. You know, she has just defaced the manor, the attic wall with a chalk, which can come off easily, but this is your ancestral home, and you are putting some Dollar Tree chalk on there. Why do y'all even have it?
They can do whatever they want to it.
And she says, Piper
yeah.
sits back like a recluse who has been in a cave for the past. How long was Christy in that cave?
10 years.
However
15
long
years.
Pebble Flintstone was in that cave.
16 years.
That's what Piper looked like. And she looked at us in our face while she was looking at the wall, so she wasn't looking us in the face. And she said, locked and boxed and full of fear. My panic grows manic till I can't hear. In need of reprieve so that I can breathe. Remove my fear. Please make it leave. Please make it leave.
Please.
Why did she just make a potion?
Not being polite.
We don't ask magic, we tell magic.
You
That's the
commanded
I
it.
wanted to be polite.
Please
trying
make
to-
it leave. That's the problem. Piper's
Don't
doing
be
it.
rude.
Like, remember, like, oh my God, which one is it?
It wasn't the
when
intelligence
Prue
spell.
writes that spell to be able to see the trolls and stuff, she says, command the unseen to be shown. Piper writes a spell and says, please make it leave.
Is it any worse than Phoebe putting in a disclaimer into a spell? P.S.
No personal
What she say? P.S. What?
No personal gain.
There's no personal gain, or it won't be personal gain.
Yeah, that was crazy for real.
Yes.
What is going on, girl?
That was stupid. And I'm telling you, I cannot let go. I'm going to say this, and I don't want to offend anyone because it's not what she said, it's the way she said it, and I hate that woman. And kind of irrationally. Like, she's probably the one person I hate in the show. The lady when Paige is working at the fruit packing plant, and she's like, no, don't reach for it. Let it come to you. And then she's like, it's my detail. I'm like, open your mouth. I hate that woman. And I, like, every time she comes on screen, and I wasn't trying to be offensive with that accent. That wasn't the point of what I was saying. My point is the way she's speaking with these cheeks, and she's just, ma'am, did you want to be there that day? Did you want to be there?
When she didn't want to get fired.
She didn't want to get fired, and she did the bare minimum. She said, I know I'm only going to be in here for a couple of scenes. I don't really care what happens, and I'm just going to say something out of my mouth.
Who was everybody's favorite villain?
The seer.
Season 4 Bangs.
Cole is gonna eat me every time for me.
Whoa.
Did you say he's going to eat you every
I say
time?
he's gonna. I mean, he can, but I'll say he's gonna eat every time for me.
Wait, no. What was Paige's boyfriend named? The only witch they ever dated.
Richard.
That bitch.
Montana. Richard Montana.
I couldn't think
That's
of
my
it.
favorite villain.
Richard Hannah Montana.
The first time anyone ever said he's addicted to magic, I said, since when is that a thing?
Willow.
Baby, they were on their Willow. They really got on their Willow real quick. With
I've-
this. Like, he was gonna crash a car real quick.
I said, why he has all these powers? Every witch we ever bet on got like one. Charm has the most powers we ever seen. Why can't he do all these things?
Well, I never could understand why they could throw energy balls. Like, I don't understand
That's
what
a
that
demon
is.
power.
They were
Like that's a demonic power.
Yeah,
And then they,
yeah.
they called Bianca's the Phoenix Coven. They called them witches. So I'm like, okay, so
They shimmer. It's
they
like
shimmer. They have energy
Yeah.
balls. I think. I
They-
think. I think
yeah.
Bianca. No, her mama did because she threw it at him. And I'm like, what are we? What are we doing? What is happening? How do we?
You're breaking the
I feel
rules.
like charms. I feel like turn this on. I know George Bush left me behind, but I'm also not writing a television program.
it's like
So
things were adding up because it could have just been like I would have forgiven a fireball, not like one of those swirly ones, but fire. Phoenix Witch. I'm like, okay, cool. It's cool.
You know
Yeah,
who
you
else
got
was a
it.
decent? You know who else
So-
was a decent villain though? Do you remember? Well, of course y'all remember. But the one that when Cole, do you remember when he had her hostage in the attic and he was an undercover attorney too? And then Cole walked in
Science.
and he was like, "Yes,
Oh,
yes."
Who?
I liked him not because he was finding nothing, but I just liked that he was the only one that gave Cole a run for his money. Like he was in Cole's ass low key.
well, you're
And
not
then
wrong.
they had,
You're
and
not
then they had
wrong.
him on Nip Tuck, and I thought that was cute because I was like, okay, Julian, you with your friend.
friend. Wait, what was it? The brutal winter gives way to flowers of spring. Red love
Hold on,
vanquished.
You know
I
what?
almost
You know
slapped her.
what? If you're gonna come for Paige, then we are coming for door unlock, no magic block. We're coming for that
Yeah.
too. I don't care if my girl
well,
was
Hey,
Yeah.
because she had just come out of that spell. We're gonna read her for
She
that
did
too.
her
Oh,
best.
wait.
She
It's
was
like both
like
my sisters are
disoriented.
failing me today.
Oh, yes.
She was disoriented. She was doing her best.
Listen, when
She
you
was
find
trying.
it,
She-
all you have to do is knock.
That was a stupid one too.
No, it
When you
wasn't.
find your
It was
pen,
not.
and then like when she drew the thing, and Prue was like, "Kind of small for us, don't you think?" And Piper was like, "Girl, anyway, you better say the spell before I change my mind."
Why did Prue smoke Newports in your world?
I actually don't know why I make Prue sound like Batman. Like at any minute she's gonna jump off the like top of the roof and be like, "I am the knight." I don't know why. I don't know why I make her sound like that.
I feel like
We cannot make fun of Marathi Bites. It is the perfect episode. So
Except for when Prue almost turned into a serial unaliver. Because
she was about to knock that.
when they're standing there and Prue looks at her hand and Phoebe's like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "I'm gonna save all witches everywhere," or whatever she says. And she's like, "No,
A
you
real
can't."
one.
Like everybody is really looking like, Prue, you can't just unalive a whole room full of people because
Why
Prue
not?
knows how this power is
She
gonna
was ready. She
and she was ready to take out an entire room. It wasn't just gonna hit Nathaniel. Prue, you don't have control of the power, baby.
Right.
So Prue said, "Listen, whatever I
Listen.
gotta do, it's
Plus-
point. It's on
plus-
period."
that was a gas chamber.
He says
That-
up and it's stuck.
That was a gas. That wasn't. They didn't like just light that that pyre with like wood. That was gas. So
No gas. Okay, so Matt,
Sometimes they gotta go.
you gotta.
I
break
don't
some
know,
eggs.
Prue. You
I'm
sound
okay.
right.
You gotta
I'm
break
okay
some
with
eggs.
it. Witch hunters gotta go. I'm okay with it.
Listen,
I feel like
listen.
I feel like Piper would have froze the fire and then they would have ran off and then just unfrozen and been like, "Okay."
I mean, she was always doing that kind of frequently. Anytime anything was about to go really bad, she always freezed it and was like, "Yeah, I think we're going a little bit too far, guys.
Mhm.
Gotta get on up out of here."
I do.
Not off the
So-
Ludlow. Not off
Papers.
the Ludlow was vanquished real quick. But what I wanted to say is, when did their powers have levels? Because y'all remember when Piper like used her power to break the door down? Like when did
I
it
think that's
escalate
because
to
they could
levels?
control like how much force they put behind it. I think.
It made no fucking sense.
When was that? They ain't never do that no other time for nothing else. Like
No,
when all of a
so-
sudden you could just use the levels.
So I think it's because it was trying to and what's her name? Phoebe even said it. I think we just watched a mother lift a truck off of her baby. Like
Yeah.
it was trying to give that like mothers under
What does Leo say?
Under
Your power can touch your emotion.
Oh my god.
like under distress, mothers can do like impossible things to save their children. Like I think that's what that was. I liked that. I was okay with that. It gave
Yeah.
me
No, wait.
I think that was the
I have my own
message.
thoughts on that, but I also do want to say one thing. It's kind of like the reason I say like you can control it to a certain extent is because I think of like season 8 when she busts into Phoebe's whatchamacallit, her flat. I don't remember what it was, a condo, whatever. And when she blows it open and she does like that, it does like the whole thing doesn't open. She just blew open like the lock. And then when they were in the underworld on the run, she started the fire, but she, with her hands, but she just started the fire. Like it didn't blow to pieces.
Right.
So that's why for
It's also
me,
Let's
Well,
Chris
just say
season
this.
4, episode 3.
Look, Chris-
Season 4, episode 3, when her powers were. Wait, no, it wasn't. Was it season 4? It was.
with the Furies when she
No,
almost
yeah,
blew
the
up.
Furies. She blew open the garage
Oh,
door.
yeah.
Yeah.
She put too much
Yeah.
power behind it, and it almost killed Cole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
because she couldn't
That's
really
true, you're right.
control like
But
the
here's-
level of it at that point. So
But at that point, though, like, so then no shade. I don't know whose girl this is, but it's giving Phoebe's power was like low key, like, girl, it's not that serious because she couldn't control nothing about it. Like everybody else was controlling their power level. And also another thing, this is random, right? So if Paige had her own, another thing, if Paige had her powers all her life because Grams never bonded her powers. So you mean to tell me she ain't never called for nothing by accident that whole time? Because she ordered
well,
the
she
curse.
didn't have that.
telekinesis at that
She
point.
didn't-
She had
have
four.
that.
She didn't have the
Even if she did have them. I don't know why they chose to do that. I think narratively what they were trying. Oh God. So I think that narratively what they were trying to say was that like destiny intervened and Paige's power activated to save her, but it doesn't make any sense because like they never explicitly, and that's another time where I think they just didn't think about it. Like they didn't really care to say that like Grams had bound her powers when they really should have.
But you can't. That's
Yeah.
also the thing they did establish. I will say that was a bit more consistent. Is that you cannot bind the white lighter part of your powers? And when Stillman stole their powers, they couldn't steal Paige's orbing
Yes.
Yeah.
because it's not tied to her witchcraft.
But you don't feel like her telekinesis is tied to her white lighter? Because don't she have the special orb version?
That's
Well,
just
she
how
got
it
the
makes together, which
rumors,
is also makes no
at first
sense.
they kind of made it
Well,
seem like it was
because
unique
of
to
Wyatt
her,
and
but
Chris.
then a lot of the elders at least that we saw could do it. So that made me feel like it was something that the elders couldn't do, but they just didn't realize it. And then they saw Paige do it. They were like, because this is no shade, but a lot of people had telekinesis, and
Everybody.
So it's like,
Yeah.
it's like when Leo tried his hardest, and I do mean his hardest, to take Sheridan out of this world. He tried to take Inspector Sheridan out of this world. Leo reached back and just, I mean, this man, you can see every one of his like pecs, his whatever this is, like the man's hands had veins, his neck almost snapped. He flung that woman with such intensity. And remember when she started
snapped.
doing it, she was
Oh
like,
I was
yeah.
okay with
she
that.
went
She
back,
hit the
she
wall.
lurched. She didn't just
I was
like
okay with
start
that though.
running.
I was
She was like,
okay.
it was
It's like
crazy.
try a little
By the
harder,
way,
you'll be out of this situation.
I went and
It was
rewatched the Mermaid episodes, and I just want to say I did not see Patty with meaty hands. But I'm gonna go back and look. I did not see it. I was
Patty
staring
had some meaty
down.
hands. Patty had meaty hands because
What?
like,
Give me another
But
meaty
I'm
hand
telling you,
episode to go watch. What's the other
if
meaty
you
hand
really
episode?
want to see,
No. I'm gonna bring it up right now. I'm gonna bring it up on YouTube right now. You are going to see Patty's ginormous hand. She was supposed to be like 8 foot tall or whatever. Like that
she
was.
was basically a diamond from Steven Universe. Like she was like Blue Diamond.
Yeah.
She's like, I can't understand how
Because
a
I went back.
human could be capable of feeling my emotions.
So the scene I watched, you remember when Piper was in the water or whatever? She was like, Piper.
Piper.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, I
Piper.
watched it, and I was looking at her hands the whole time, and maybe I
When
just
she pulled
can't
Piper
see
out.
it.
When she
And that's
pulled
when she
Piper
had
out.
that's when she had her blonde highlights in. And she said, listen, I may be in heaven, but I can be a little stylish. She said, girl, they weren't doing highlights back in the 70s, but I'm gonna figure it out. I've been looking
I
at
think
some
that's the
magazines.
wildest part about the show is that the ghosts would come back in different clothes and hairstyles.
Because when Grams came back and she was snatched, I said, yes, ma'am.
No, and she
And
had her
then
layered
in
little
season-
little cut.
Let
She
me
lost
tell you,
weight.
My
think that
my favorite one was when she came back gossiping and she didn't even know she was summoned.
Talking shit.
she's still lying about her age. And then she was like,
She's talking about Melinda.
Anything else you gotta say? Well, then, yes.
You know
girl.
they was talking shit about Melinda up there
You know
daily.
she. Oh, you know she was.
And
And
she was
then,
the weakest
but
one.
my favorite one. I think that too. I exaggerate this because it's been so long since I like looked at that particular hairstyle. But in Witch Stop, and when they change time, and she becomes a hippie, and she has like 11 bags of hair in her head, and she comes back with like this Lady Bunny drag queen hair
Oh
on, and
yes.
she's like, we shall not be moved," and I'm like, Grams.
When
Graham's
they was
always
trying
giving
to, when
Patty
she was trying
LaBelle.
to talk, when she was trying to
She
talk to
was
the
giving Patti
hollow.
LaBelle. She was giving very much. I'm finna roll around on this floor. I'm finna wear some eyelashes on my head, and y'all gonna love it. It was giving very that. But then another time, I was gonna say this too, where Patty's hands to me were really meaty, but I think she also looked like really tall for some reason. Was when she came back and she saw Paige for one of the only two times she saw her, and then she was like, and she's like, Paige, and then they, oh god, that frustrates me because that one version they dub over Rose McGowan saying mom, but her mouth doesn't move. And then there's another time where she actually said, anyway, that's not the point. And so she comes over, she hugs her, and she's like, "Ugh." And she like is like her
Okay,
big
I gotta go watch
meaty
that episode.
claws are like grabbing her, and then she's like, welcome home, and then she
I
pulls her
remember
back in
that
again.
episode, but I
It,
don't remember the meeting. I gotta go watch that again. I gotta watch the meeting end
it
episode.
was giving Mr. Krabs. Like her
I
claws were so meaty. I mean, her hands. I keep calling them claws. Her hands were so meaty.
In her defense, though, her power involves a lot of finger flexing.
No,
I
I was
imagine
thinking
eventually
that.
Piper's hands is going to be real.
And two,
She'll
this
knock
is
her.
no shade. Like this is
Afraid it
this is
didn't
me
happen.
giving a real world like potential reason is she was pregnant when she was pregnant in real life when she came back for Piper's wedding. Like Finola Hughes was pregnant, and so that's why she may have looked a little bit more full because she's not really a heavy set kind of woman, but that was like not that long after that. So I'm
Mike
gonna
done
say,
pulled it up. Mike done pulled it
oh,
up.
Mike got it. Mike got it.
I still have to find I thought I found the scene, but it actually cuts out. But this is the other thing that like bothered me about Patty. It was almost like Patty's been freezing her whole life, and she's so awkward with it. Can we just watch this part really quick? Because
Wait. Let me put you up on the thing. Hold on.
I've always been annoyed by this. Let's see.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. There we go.
Is it awkward like how Grams has to do a stunt when she moves stuff?
We're gonna come back to that. We're gonna come back to that. Put a pin in that. And then the way she does her hair, she keeps them there for like, and then like Patty is so oblivious,
It
and
gets me every time.
she just sits there for a minute, and she's like, like Victor is instantly like, why didn't she freeze? And Patty is like, I don't know. Well, Patty, say a spell, like, girl,
Do something,
No.
sis.
No,
do
the freeze was
something.
very childish. It was very childish and juvenile. Like, girl, is this your first time here?
Let me say this. Let me say this one thing to what Steven said about Grams using her powers. The only reason I'm going to let her get away with it, because it was very extra, the only reason I'm going to allow her to do it within the realm of me acknowledging how extra it was is because I feel like it fit her. Like she was a bigger than life kind of personality from the way they kind of built her up.
Mhm.
So it will make sense that she's
A
not.
drag witch.
And this is no shade to Prue, but I got sick of this. Like I need more than this. I need more than this. I need you to like, girl, you
You like when she
throw your arm out
flicks?
the socket. You
You like when she
I-
flicked
like
the
that
air
flick
and
was so
knocked him
cute, but she
back?
like,
No,
when
but
she
Grams
like, if you
was-
don't have anything nice to say, and then she flicked the man back. Why
But
do I have
Grams
this
was
in
giving
the
Broadway show. Grams
When
on top
Graham
said this.
when she went back to the when the necromancer came and she was like, leave them alone, and she did like that, and then he came and he like low key penetrated her, and she was like, oh, and then it was like, I shouldn't have said that, I'm sorry, and it was like, I was like, Grams, and then the one that was, for some reason they had Grams being 27 in 1969, and she did all of this. Or 67, whatever year it was. I think it was 1967. And for some reason, Grams was like 23 and Patty was 17. And they were like, no one's gonna notice this. No one's gonna care.
The problem is we all saw that time the family tree, and we know how inconsistent y'all with
We
ages.
know how inconsistent. And then, I mean, even if we hadn't seen the family tree, this is no shade to anybody. If you or someone you know is of an advanced age, please call the number below. Because man,
What you mean by that?
Not please call the number below.
because
Wait a minute.
that's me. I don't want anybody to think I'm ageist. I'm not ageist.
It's okay.
In 1967, Grams was like 32. And then in 1975, she was 57. Like, I'm not understanding how we got. I'm not
Oh my
understanding
God,
how we
right.
got from point A
You're
to
right.
point
It
B.
was a spell. It was a necromancer. That's who it was.
It was a spell that
Nep-
went wrong. It was a spell that went horribly wrong. And like I said,
You-
I'm not ageist. If you or someone you know is dealing with advanced age, please call the number below and a representative will be
She's the
available.
first Hollywood to fall in love with a good man, you know? So she lost him. She aged up.
Guys, all right, so speaking of the time travel episode where she goes back to the 60s, little like plot hole, come to me and be seduced. I have someone to introduce.
Yeah. You can
see her,
you
you
fall
resist
for her,
her,
you can't
resist
resist
her.
her. Trust me, mister, she's my sister.
How
Baby.
the fuck did she do that? She wasn't even like they went back in time. They don't have that power.
Thank you, Jerry.
None
They
of that
can't cast
magic.
spells.
They
You can't
don't,
cast
they're not
spells back in
supposed to have
time.
any magic whatsoever. You
Mm-mm.
would think.
You can have spells. You can't have active powers. You can have spells. Or you travel back in time. Because
But
But
that-
we
and the
practice
other,
natural
my
magic.
thing with that is they went back. Now I don't know what they could have done because they didn't try to cast a spell that I know of in season 1 when they went back. So they didn't try to cast a
But they use
spell.
nature magic. They learned like all the proper ways to use the earth and stuff like that to cast
Oh no,
spells.
I'm talking about when they went back in that 70s episode when Patty was working at Burger King.
They flopped that time though. They were flopping.
Wait, they had,
No one studied the Book of Shadows. No one opened that book.
they had human sacrifices when Cole and Phoebe got married or something. Let me see.
Not a human sacrifice.
I know when Cole and Phoebe got coronated. Someone said,
No,
what
she had
about
to
the fact
drink
that they gloss over the human sacrifices for Phoebe and Cole's coronation? They had
No, it
No.
wasn't for that. It was for that. It wasn't for that. It was for the power switching. In there was they needed human hearts to
But-
the power switching potion.
Yeah. But
Right.
when they got married, she did have to drink his blood. And
Yeah.
that's when they pricked his finger and she was like,
I remember
let-
that.
she was like, let me and then I can't do it, I don't think. And she
He like when he like offered to her like
girl,
faithfully,
it was
and she was like,
and then he did that
It's like
no,
something- she's
he
got-
fucked her.
He drank her finger blood.
That's what I meant. That's what
in that dark ceremony.
it was like a Capri Sun.
yeah, he was like, I got you, baby. That's delicious. Give me the other finger. Like, ma'am.
You could have just said like, I want to do a proper Wiccan ceremony rather than like you could have said anything. I would have said that. I said, I want to do a proper Wiccan ceremony. Blood in a jar.
In the right
Blood in a cup.
context, in the right context, I could be okay with that.
They were Wiccans when it was convenient for them. That's always been a thing.
Yep.
It's a part of your Wiccan heritage.
Right.
The moment a black innocent died, they had to finally do a blessing.
So, Mike, it's been great having you here. I think that, it's your time to step down. I'm not going to force you. I'm just going to say, have a great night. You don't have to go home, but you got to get out of here. Let me stop. Baby, because I don't know.
Okay.
Let me
Bye, baby.
hush. But no.
Just-
I'm joking.
No, I'm just saying that like it just depends. If in the right context, one can be convinced to do almost anything. Almost anything.
She was willing to do whatever she needed to keep Cole, okay?
Right.
And I was putting this in the
And I
comments
wasn't-
earlier.
And I wasn't mad at her. Okay.
I was putting this in the comments earlier that I think that she subconsciously was doubling down on Cole as her end all be all because Prue died in order for this relationship to happen. Like everything that happened as a result of her loving Cole, she went, I have to choose Cole now.
And two, for me, I also think, now this may be me reaching for the stars, but I do think she saw a possibility for stability in Cole that she lost in Prue. Because, you know, Prue was always big sister. Prue was like, even when Grams died, she still had that anchor that she knew when I come home, Piper and Prue are going to be there. Prue is going to bring me a blanket when the house is cold, even though she hates me right now, you know, whatever. And so when she's gone, it's like, yeah, she still has Piper, but I think she wanted
Correct.
that family that she had always wanted, and she saw that possibility with him. So it was like, I have to make this work now. Like,
Plus, she loved
Yeah,
the older man.
she also put all that work into that potion, like, and like the amount of work that she put into changing Cole, to make him like not evil, like, like she was in it for the long game, right?
yeah.
But
It's like, I
also,
love that scene where
also
she
they,
has the potion and where she gets mad at him and she was like, what did you want me to, did y'all hear that?
Mhm.
I think that was my phone.
But also they didn't
I'm
have the
getting
power of
notifications.
Wait. I'm not trying to embarrass nobody, but that was the noise your phone made?
When I get notifications, I have an Android.
Seinfeld.
I have a Flip 5 Samsung. Very expensive phone, very trendy. And also has less cobalt than your iPhones. So
come on,
A very,
Android.
very expensive phone. We paid a lot of money for it.
freedom to the Congo. How about
Sure
that?
did. Sure
Oh,
did.
well, hey, there you go.
No, but what I
You
was
see,
saying
I ain't got
is
nothing else to say. No, I'm joking. I'm being funny. I'm just being funny. I promise you. I promise you.
they
You're
didn't have the
fine. You're
power of
fine.
Greek, though. Cole was like standing in, because remember when she was like, two witches and a half a demon does not the power of three make. So he was like,
Why he in it?
standing. That's how she said it. So he was like standing and helping them. Cause so honestly, what all Cole did, even though he became the source to save them. So baby, when he walked into that divorce court or whatever and said, "Thanks for letting me know, baby," he'd have had me back. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd have been like, "Okay, Patty." I
I'm
was
not.
I was waiting for you to. I thought you was gonna show up, like, cause
I'm not a pro, like I'm not like, oh yeah, poor men kind of guy, but like I watching it again as an adult, I do see like the amount of times that Cole has like, I mean he's evil, but like the amount of times like Cole became the source to save them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like
And that's
he
like-
didn't. No, it's
And
not
not
like he
just
agreed to
Phoebe,
it.
it was all the sisters, which I respect. I respect it. In the beginning, he was trying to build a relationship on some level, mostly with Piper. He said, this page girl kind of weird, honestly.
And then it's like,
that hated Paige. It was the source that hated Paige, and that sorry, Galen.
no, you're fine.
It was the
It
source that
wasn't his
hated Paige.
fault. It wasn't his fault. They didn't tell him he was gonna become the source. He just knew he had to take him to Hollow to freaking save them.
But I do respect the Sentinel charm for pointing out like the clear errors in their relationship that was developed naturally. It was like you can get to a certain point where you can blame it on the source, what she was doing, or blame it on Paige, or blame it on these big changes. But there was always existing fractures within the
Yes.
relationship, which
Yes.
was at the end of the day, Phoebe loves her family more than she can probably love you, and
Mhm.
you
Thank
will
you.
always have your foot in this world that doesn't understand the connection between them.
Thank you, Mac. And that's what I love so much about Centennial Charm is that it shows us, and that's one thing I just love about that is it shows you like some things are just destined to be or not destined to be. And that goes back to, I think we talked about this before, but I'm not 100% sure that like if something is meant to happen, it's going to happen. You might subvert it, you might change it, but it's going to happen in some shape, form, or fashion. And that's what I love so much about the show. It's just like Phoebe still became evil, but you know, she came back. You know, she's
Not really. She
still-
didn't mean it.
she didn't mean it. You know, yeah, they still move towards using, thank you, Mar. They still move towards using magic for personal gain or whatever, but they were able to come back from that. So
That money
it's like
spell was
everything,
egregious.
thank you, Catherine. So like everything that happened or was going to happen still happened, but they just found their way back from it, if that makes any sense.
I just feel
One
like
of the-
Phoebe and Cole was supposed to be together though. Like I'm not with that, baby. I just feel like, look, if like I said, if Julian didn't have to go do Nip Tuck, he'd have still been giving storyline. Okay,
But you know what? I'm gonna tell you why I appreciate that it didn't work out. I think it's important when you tell a story to show different sides of it. And I think it's really important to say sometimes, no matter how much you want it, no matter how much work you put into it, no matter how much you believe in it, sometimes it's just not meant to be. And, I feel like everyone has had something in their life that they just wanted more than anything and it just didn't pan out. And I love that for Phoebe because I think that gave her the opportunity to say, I'm hurt right now, but I can move past it. One day I'm going to find somebody. Thank you, Catherine. One day I'm going to find somebody that can be that person for me. Because, we already saw a future where she found out she had to vanquish that man. My girl was up there wearing knit sweaters. And Phoebe ain't a knit sweater kind of girl. So
She out here having affairs, got a weird polyamorous situation going down.
I would
Was it
have
a
paid
mermaid
money.
episode?
I would have paid good money. Let me say this one thing before I forget. I would have paid good money, everything I have, everything I own, to see old Phoebe levitate. And don't ask me why, but I would give up I would sell a lung to see old Phoebe levitate. And I don't know why. I have
Didn't they
like
say that she
that
didn't have
has
her
no
powers
bearing on the
anymore?
story. I don't know what my
Oh, Phoebe kind
expectation
of got
of it
on my
would be.
nerves, girl. Just tell her what it is.
And then
Like,
she kept throwing her head back. She was like, you know what happened, Cole.
No,
We
but
had
then she
to.
was like, "We had love," and gently
She,
caressed his face.
and
Like,
she looked.
baby, like, do you want him or not?
Do y'all remember Rocco's Modern Life?
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah.
remember Filbert the turtle?
Oh.
That's what she looked like. She looked like Filbert. She was giving me very much Filbert. When she turned Cole around, she was like, no. And then she it took her like 10 minutes to turn her around. And then the demons, got her. And she's like, oh. I was like, did we just deflate a balloon? What?
Wasn't she on Happy Gilmore?
I don't remember that movie.
Or Billy Madison? Wasn't that actress was somewhere like with Adam Sandler, I feel like.
I'm probably so, but I'm not sure. She died not long after that.
Yeah. Also, the thing is though,
of course she did.
yeah. Phoebe is a Gemini rising. In order to have a love that lasts, she's gonna need an angel of love. I love Phoebe, but I have problems with Phoebe. Phoebe frustrates the ever loving fuck out of me. Love her to death, but come on, Phoebe.
what did Phoebe do?
Coop sucks.
What's that?
I said Coop sucks.
Really?
Before
never
we get
enjoyed
into the
Coop.
Coop thing, Mac asked me, and I kept this comment on the screen specifically so I could come back to it. Mac said, can you say all the Charm sisters' name with their street hood middle names? Yes. So Prue does not have a street name, quote unquote. She's Prue Elizabeth Aloysius Hallowell.
Okay.
Phoebe is Phoebe Sharkeisha Hallowell. And then Paige is, because she would throw hands.
Okay.
And then Paige is Paige Latanya Matthews because I just feel like it worked so well. And Rose McGowan signed it in my Book of Shadows, so that's her canon name now. Yeah, she sure did. Oh, she sure did. Let me show it to you
Wow.
because
Piper
Rose,
doesn't have a ratchet name because Piper does not get down with you hood rats.
I used to call her Piper Ann, but then I realized I was too close to Pepper Ann. She's too cool for 7th grade, and I decided not to do that. So I don't know if you can see it. You know what? Let me make myself big. Ooh, he's big. So, you can't see it. Okay, so
Oh,
you
there
see
we
there?
go.
Listen,
Oh, I
to
see
Galen,
it.
Paige
Paige
Latanya
Latanya
Matthews
Matthews.
loves you. Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
know.
amazing.
Yes.
That's
Go
cute.
off, Rose. Go off.
My girl said, and then she wrote it big too. And I think she was like, ain't nobody else gonna write over here. She said, ain't nobody else gonna write over there. And whoever nobody else is, take your pick.
I know I'm your favorite.
Listen,
But no, I did not enjoy Coop.
I'm gonna
I did not.
I
to
thought
go
I thought
back
the
through the
storyline was kind of
seasons.
strange. It was
I
kind of
just think he's
strange.
hot.
I feel like somebody just said something, but I don't know who said something.
I said I felt like the Coop storyline was a little strange, but It was cool.
The Coop storyline was unnecessary, and I feel like they threw. Yo, Lord, I kept that comment up there so long. I didn't see everybody was talking about something, baby. I'm not gonna read all of that. I'm sorry. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I'm not gonna read that. We're just gonna go from here. I feel like they threw that in there so that she could have a man. And I don't quite understand why she needed a man. Now, let me say this. I don't hate Coop because I don't think he was. I don't want to say he wasn't long there. He was. Oh my God, he wasn't there long enough for me to hate him.
Yeah.
I think his character was so unseasoned that he was just sort of there for me. Like,
to go
you could have
from
taken
Cole
him
to
out of the
that,
equation and I wouldn't have cared.
to go from Cole to the dude that kept almost dying to then Coop, it was like, baby, what is going on? Like, you
Well,
went
between that
from
is
here,
Drake
you done went from
Damon.
the tippy top to the bottom of the, like, you done went to hell, girl.
I don't
Like,
know. Drake worked.
Again,
Drake Damon. There's something about Drake. He was. There was something
probably his
romantic
toupee.
about him that
It was
fit.
probably his toupee.
ooh,
But yeah, what
who's
I mean,
hey?
I'm
She should have
Drake.
fucked Zanku, honestly.
I
I'm
didn't
surprised
even know
you
he had a two.
because
Okay.
I
either
don't feel like
Zanku or I don't care how many times people talk about me, I'm gonna bring it up, the Kazi demon, because
Or Daryl.
that man was so.
Daryl was somebody's husband, okay?
I
Leave his
know.
husband.
I know. You saying that was stop a Hollowell? The Warren witches are known. What did the other half white lady say? He says, you Warren witches.
Daryl was happily married because Daryl stayed with his wife, okay? He was happily married.
Baby, because one thing
not in
about
the
it, what I
happy.
always get so tickled about is when Melinda Warren puts Matthew with his violence in that locket, and I'm like, Melinda, if we're trying to beat the witch allegations, you might not want to stand in the middle of your jail cell and scream a curse. Like, you may want to keep it down and just be like, outside of time. But instead, she's like, outside of time, she let loose. But when she was in that kitchen, she screamed that spell so hard. And then she was like, this is for good, or whatever she said. She was like, this is forever, Matthew. I was like, okay. Because right now, this is giving I hate you, and I'm using magic to get revenge on you as opposed to just cursing a warlock.
What
Like,
does Leo say?
Leo said, our love lifted me up so high that this is the highest it could go. So you need to go home, and I'm not giving you child support. That's what Lily said. That's what Lily said. I heard it. I heard that with my own ears. That was the actual dialogue. That was the dialogue from the episode. So that's what
He
Lily
says, power is tied to a little petty, a little jilted. See, you don't understand. Melinda wrote the book for both Grams and Phoebe to follow. When a demon tries to get to your heart,
Carson.
Wonder
you
was
open the
that.
shadow, write something about him. That's all you got to do. I feel like if Nicholas, not Nick, what was the first warlock? Jeremy Burns. If Jeremy survived that first episode, Piper would have an entire chapter dedicated to
Yeah. True.
Now,
every
Jeremy was wearing them khaki pants. Now, Jeremy was in them. Baby, let me tell you something. And you know what I love going back watching? Because if you don't know, my friends and I actually have a charmed rewatch podcast called the Nexus Podcast. It's available wherever you get your podcast. Apple
Period.
Podcasts,
Period,
Spotify,
commercial.
and some other things that I have since forgotten. See you there.
Amazon Music,
Let's
Spotify,
commercial. Let's go promo.
Apple Pods. I don't know if SoundCloud's still a thing.
YouTube, Facebook,
No, Piper do love her man
MySpace.
in khakis though. Somebody said Piper love her man in khakis. Sure
He
do.
does.
Baby,
That's
Piper loved the good
Levi.
man in khakis. And like
right.
You're a
on
good
the
Republican.
Patreon and the Discord. Oh, wait. I gotta get my spiel about the Patreon. Because I've been practicing. Okay, wait. If you would like to support an up-and-coming creator, then please consider joining my Patreon. Your money and donations will go to funding my future projects. So if you would like to gain early access to videos and shout outs in future videos, please consider joining the $1 tier. Or you can join the free tier where you can get updates about every project that is coming out. Thank you. See you there.
Period. Let's
We do
go.
personal gain here.
Let's
We
Yeah.
do
go.
personal gain here.
He's an actor. He's about to start doing State Farm commercials.
Okay.
I want to see an elder come try to take your powers.
Like he's moving on.
Lock.
Yeah. Seeing these lives have kind of made me want to go all the way back to season 1 because when I was first introduced to Charmed, it was around the time that Paige kind of came into the picture. So I have no idea kind of who Prue's character is. So I can't give a too detailed, like, be like, oh, well, Prue was kind of like this, or, because I never got to connect to Prue. I kind of got to connect to them. And then I'm realizing, oh, there was another girl who was before Paige. So I just kind of always connected with Paige a lot, and seeing your lives and everything like that. It's just like, wow, somebody actually watched this show. Because I also watched the one that came out in 2017 to 2022. And that had 4 seasons. So I was just like, wow, this is like really cool that you have something like this, which is kind of why I subscribe, because I really support stuff like this.
Yeah, y'all better go ahead with the subscriptions, okay? We love the
Just listen.
Season
subscriptions.
1? Did you end up
And
watching
listen.
1 through 3?
Um,
Because if not, I have a question for you.
I have not seen 1 through 3. To my recollection, I would see it on and off, and every time I did see it when I was younger, because I'm 23 right now, so it's still kind of like here and there. So I really have to like go back, because there's only certain scenes that I know specifically. So I'm kind of like, okay, well, I only seen scenes with Paige, Prue, and not Prue,
I
but
love
Piper
that
and
you're
Phoebe.
23 though. I love it. I have to say, the
Yes.
reason I love it is because by the time you were conscious, Charm was off. No, I'm
Mhm.
serious. You know what I mean? So the fact that it's like continuing, I
Yeah,
love it.
like
I
I would
love it.
see
The
it
fact
on
that
TV,
you like want to get into it is dope. I like that.
I have a
I
question.
used to see it on TV. I also started watching. Well, I rewatched Buffy the Vampire, and I never seen that before, and I was like, oh, this is a really good show. Like,
Let's go.
man, I wish somebody was putting me on. But like when I started watching those stuff, that was like when. This was definitely before, like, oh, we had phones and stuff like that. So I was still coming around the time, growing up around the time when you had to turn the TV on if you wanted to watch any shows of like relevance, and you had to know what channel it was on and when to catch it. So it was like here and there when I would watch Charmed, but I really did love it. Like I knew I had a love for shows like that. So it's just like, okay, well now you guys kind of make me want to go back and rewatch the whole thing to kind of understand a perspective now as like an adult, because as a child I had very different views than what I have now. So it's kind of like I agree with you guys on a lot of stances that you have now.
Man,
And I think it might have been Mike that said something. I can't remember who it was, but there's a difference between watching it live, like when it was coming on, versus kind of like binge watching it. Because I feel like when you binge watch something, you get a good idea of who the characters are, because you can watch it like boom, 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 boom. Whereas like we were watching it like as it was coming on each week, and so there was an excitement attached to it that I think that's why there's that kind of nostalgic feeling.
And you had
It's
an
like,
attachment to the show because you couldn't wait to find out what the hell gonna happen next.
Plus,
Like,
you have the
who's gonna
historical
find out?
context.
Is it gonna
Yes.
come out that Cole is the source next week? Like, you couldn't wait to find out the suspenseful little moments and stuff. So yeah, that was
The waiting. Oh my god.
Cole
then
becoming
you
the source, that
talking with
pause.
your friends about what happened this week.
Well, that's
Like,
how it is.
recapping.
That's the game. That's Game of Thrones and House of the. Well, that was Game of Thrones for me as well. And True Blood.
Well, I actually never watched Game of Thrones, but
I have a question for you. Before I forget, because my ADHD. But
sure.
since you don't know Prue, what is your thoughts on her just based on what you've heard from her from the sisters?
Interesting question.
I mean, this is a very rare fan, right? Like,
Well, I think.
there's no wrong answers, by the way.
I mean, yeah, I know. I'm just trying to like think back to like my thoughts when they were talking about her. So, like, Prue was kind of this. I felt like they thought Prue was kind of this like, oh, she was the authority figure of the sisters, kind of like the one they all looked up to, and the one like everybody was trying to basically kind of be or replace or put some type of like, oh, Prue was kind of like that girl in a sense, if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
And
was. Go ahead.
trying to, and they were always within the three of them, kind of always trying to prove like in whatever episode I was watching that time, like who's she, like, oh, since I'm good at this, so I'm the best at this, or I figured this out for us and I saved the day, like that proves like I can kind of carry on the mantle as like the big sister. I'm not sure who was the oldest of the three. I'm pretty sure Prue was the oldest, if I'm not mistaken. But
Yeah.
it kind of felt that way in a sense over time, because it was like they always remembered her and had high respect from the way, you know, if they did talk about her over the seasons. So, I mean, that's kind of what I got from that. I think the only thing I kind of
It's
remember was like
Witch.
her death, but I never watched the episode of her actually dying. I just heard like, oh, Prue died, and I was like, oh.
No, watch. That's pretty
Phil
much
Fart,
what
yeah.
it was just pretty much like Prue died.
Like, okay, y'all have a sister, she died.
I am going to be very interested in seeing, if you choose to go back and watch it, I'm very interested to see what you think of her. Like, after seeing her character for 3 seasons and how she was, I would be very interested to see, because I think, I don't know how much your perspective will change, but I think if you see the first 2 seasons and then you see season 3, I would just be very interested to see what you think. And let me say this, and this is not a spoiler, but it is a pet peeve of mine. I do not like when people say, well, Pure had to, you know, whenever people, there's a spelling autocorrect, they say Pure. When people say Pure had to die so that the other sisters could grow and then the show
You was
became
in my mind
balanced.
because I just saw that in the comments and that burned me up. I was gonna say nothing.
It does something to me, because I just think that
she was so
They-
underdeveloped.
she was underdeveloped, and my thing is, I do think they had a balance of a certain kind afterwards, but I don't think it's the way people think it is, where it's like they could finally be a unit. No, it's not that they could finally be a unit. It was just, we don't have big sister to rely on anymore, and we have to work together now. Like, we have to pool our resources. But the other part of that is that now they were in a point where they were becoming more focused on their own lives. So Phoebe, for the first time, had a job, like an actual job that she had to get up and go to, that didn't require a hat. And, you know, you got Piper, and that's no shade. That's no shade. That's me saying, that's no shade, because I've worked many a job where I had to have a hat. And that's what I'm saying, is like, this was Phoebe's first job where like it required her full attention. You know, it wasn't something that she could just like, oh, I'm sick of this, and then she quit the next day and then she go get something else. This is the first time where Phoebe is having to actually put a huge amount of effort and time of her life into this. That was her first job like that. And she's fresh off this marriage, and she's literally having to reinvent herself as a young adult. I mean, as an adult. She's not 23-year-old Phoebe anymore riding a bicycle. You know, she's now older. She's got a job. She's got a car. She has to get gas. She has bills because she has a cell phone that's hers and not her sister's. Like, there's so many new life spaces that Phoebe is in. And I know that sounds like shade, but I'm bringing all that up to say, like, Phoebe is dealing with an entirely new version of herself in season 5. And Piper is focused on becoming a mother, which is in itself a huge adjustment. But then you throw in the fact that her baby is magical. Her baby is using magic from the womb. She's trying to figure all this out. She doesn't have anyone.
They got better destiny than she did.
Huh?
her baby has a bigger destiny than she does.
Her baby has a bigger destiny than she does. Paige is still trying to find her way in this family. Paige is trying to navigate this life after quitting her job that she felt led to. Paige is trying to become a white lighter herself. She's trying to figure out who she is within magic, because they've had years, even though it's not that many as compared to her, they've had years to accept their destiny and work through it. Paige just came out of her first year where she vanquished the Source, or was part of the Source being vanquished 3 separate times. So
I didn't even
Mama
think
hadn't
of
had a
that.
chance to really explore too
I
much.
didn't even think of that. You know that?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
wow.
Didn't have the connection to Wicca.
Yeah.
her first year is just like pure chaos.
Yeah.
It is
But
literally
even
pure
like-
chaos.
Even like
Prue
right after Prue died, though, the show kind of was like certain things were like certain dynamics were like unhinged, because the fact that Phoebe and Cole became the voice of reason is crazy.
Yeah.
There's a little stint there where they
Yeah.
were the voices of reason. Cole was telling Leo, "You need to get your wife together. She is tripping." Like Matthew telling the White Lighters and the Witch to get their shit together.
Right, not the demon.
Not Balthazar.
Well, it is
Yeah,
Leo.
like-
It is Leo. So
But like Prue's death equals hurting cats. Yeah, Prue's death is hurting cats. Like after Prue's death means hurting cats. Like that's what Charmed was after Prue died. It's
It's
like
a metaphor.
Not we hurting cats.
no, hurting.
Hurting cats
Okay,
is
I
meant to be a
follow
metaphor for something
Oh,
that's
hurting.
Oh, you're saying hurting. I thought you said hurting cats. And I was like, I know Cole and Phoebe. I
It
was
wasn't
like, I know
you.
Cole and Phoebe were getting down, but I don't think they were getting down quite.
I thought you said hurting.
Let's simmer down.
hurting.
That was what I was thinking. Okay.
Prue's death meant all the cats needed to be heard.
Yeah.
Like hurting.
But I mean, but you're absolutely right. Like everyone was in a completely different life space, so I don't think it's fair to say like, oh, the show was more balanced. Everyone needed to grow because Prue wasn't there. I think that is such a disservice to those characters, and I'm not talking about Pure. I'm talking about Piper and Phoebe to think that they needed to lose her to grow up, because it was going to happen eventually, even if it didn't happen the way people liked. They were going to become their own people, because
Yeah.
when we go into the future in Morality Bites, that's not 2009 Piper. That's 1999 Piper talking to 1999 Pure. So of course she's still hanging on to her in that future, because I mean that's still their dynamic. We don't know how Pure in 2009
Pure
and
is a
Piper
cute
in
name,
2009. Huh?
Pure is low key a cute name.
It is. I mean, it kind of is. It's like,
Pure-
I mean, it's the same thing.
Cute.
Basically.
people were like, yeah, Pure, and I was like, who's
I
that?
just realized something. You just made me realize something. Prue and Leo were bound to have an issue with each other because Leo ain't it.
He's not.
Yeah,
He's
true.
not. I do.
True.
All
Listen.
jokes aside, and I'm being very serious, and I'm not just bashing. I'm not bashing Lily with this question. I do wonder how he and Prue would have interacted in season 5 when he was like the freaking power 3. Like, I do wonder, like, when he started getting upset that that Piper and her sisters were so close, and he felt like they were coming not between them, but she couldn't really dedicate time to him. I wonder how Prue would have.
Seinfeld, not the
That's my
Seinfeld.
phone.
I don't be expecting it. I'm so sorry.
So whose sidekick is that?
I
Paige on you.
I genuinely was like, what? Because I keep forgetting that that's what you said. So okay.
Yeah, but Prue is dead. I was talking to somebody in the comment. They said, didn't Leo take Piper to Prue's funeral grave for closure?
Yeah.
but
Wait a minute, because not Danny Pintaro was in the wait.
where?
Not wait a minute. Not from Who's the Boss.
That's my
Not
friend.
Jonathan from Who's the Boss.
He's my friend.
Did nobody tell me that?
Yeah. Is he here?
Yes.
Oh,
He's in the
hey,
room
buddy.
with us.
Hi, Danny.
You're one degree away from Alyssa Milano. I mean, I've already met her, but it's great to be another degree away. Oh my God. I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure I said that because that is like, wow. That is so amazing.
Yeah.
I do want to say this because now that he's in the room, I do want to ask this one question. What was it like to work on a Christmas? I think a country Christmas harmony, the one that came with I want to call her Brooke Shields. It's Brooke Elliott. That came out on Lifetime. What was that like? What was that experience? Because I loved you in that. I love that movie. Oh my God. Baby, listen, we hobnobbing.
This is the live.
Mike
This is the
said-
live to be on tonight, honey.
Yes, I sure did see that movie. That's one of my favorite. Let me tell. Okay, so y'all, this is not about this movie, but I'm very excited right now because like
While
I
you're being
love Bob
excited,
and I love
I have
Danny,
to
so
go.
I'm just
I have to head out and go answer all these text messages I've been getting that's been setting off my phone.
yeah.
Take care. Stay blessed.
Bye,
Blessed
Steven.
be.
Blessed
Bye.
be.
Bye,
Wait, I say it
Stephen.
right.
Thank you again.
Blessed be.
Blessed be my darlings.
Not Grams.
Grams. I had to bring in Grams. But yeah, so if you've never seen that movie before, Lifetime has been in their bag recently. Do you understand me? The past couple of years with the Christmas movies. And the reason I love that movie so much is if you've never seen Drop Dead Diva, Brooke Elliott is the lead actress in that movie. And what I love about that is she's a plus size woman and nobody brings it up. Like, you know how sometimes when there's like a plus size lead, people will be like, she's big, but she's pretty. Yeah, maybe if you lost a couple of pounds, you'd be even prettier.
Ayo.
Like, she's got a fine man that is after her. And he looks at her like she hung the moon and the stars. And Danny plays her assistant, who's like also her best friend. And he has a husband and he's not able to spend Christmas with him. And then by the end of the movie, she brings his husband to him and they spend Christmas together. And everyone has a happy Christmas. Merry Christmas. And I played no role in the story. Best part. Let me say this because I do want to say this. Even if you feel like your character didn't play a role, he did. Because I think it's really important to show someone not just be like the gay best friend. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I love about that movie is he wasn't the one that was like, yes, honey, slam, because yes, you're so fine and you're so fine and you're so, you know, because that's how they characterize us
Wasn't
in
the
movies.
stereotype. It wasn't the stereotype.
And what I appreciated about their dynamic was he wasn't just her gay best friend. Like, this was her best friend. And she would talk, like, he would ask her questions. He was like, girl, you ain't never told me nothing about that man. You ain't never said nothing about that. And so we get a chance to get that exposition through him. And we get a chance to see why she's so apprehensive to be there. So to me, he is an important part of the movie because he's a POV character. And sometimes people may not appreciate a POV character, but when you really do watch a movie and you genuinely pay attention to it, that person is the one who, just like your character was that POV character for her, the grandma was the POV character for, I think it was Luke. Now, the grandma was a little bit extra because the grandma was like, I remember when your sister died 3 years ago in that car crash while she was driving a Nissan Sentra. And ever since then, you took in her 11-year-old son whose birthday is August 4th. And he likes to wear blue jeans on Thursdays. And you took over her bar. Like, it was just like, it was the most random, like, exposition. It was so exposition heavy, but that's not the point. The point is, I love being able to acknowledge what someone has done, and that's why I'm not taking this moment for granted, because I think when you are an actor or someone in the arts, you may not always feel the most seen, and I think it's really important to stop for a second and say, this is what I appreciate about you and what you bring to the table.
Danny made Who's the Boss for me when I was a child. Yay, there he is. Hey, baby.
Hi.
Good.
I can't believe you saw that show.
I love that movie. Me and my mama, I had to take a
Look at my-
screenshot, but me and my mama, we watched that movie ever since it came on. I think like 2022 or like, I think it was 2022. We love that movie because, like, you know, Hallmark, they've got the same kind of people every year. You know, it's the little blonde woman, and it's like, my daddy, he owns this house in this company and I don't want to go back because I'm a girl from the city now. And then she goes back and that's my little country bumpkin first love. Ah. But what I love about this movie is she wasn't treated like she just so happened to make it big, even though she was a big woman. Like, yeah, people laugh at you behind your back and you don't know. Like, no, she was a star and she was at the forefront. People wanted to see her. She was going here to try to revive her career because her publicist was like, girl, you need to, we got to do something. Because now the only thing I was like, why? Just because she got up there and she, was a little stiff when she was dancing and all of a sudden that done ruin her career, but that's neither here nor is it there.
I had so much fun watching them film the music video.
Yeah, that music video was like, that was a choice, but that's neither here nor is there. But, when she gets back there, he's not like, oh, Chrissy, you've changed so much. He's like, Chrissy? Like, he's enamored with her. Like, he wants to reconnect with her, and he still looks at her like they did when they were 17. Now, Sweet 16 Christmas is a song that got stuck in my head that I just...
So sweet. I love that song.
It's so sweet. But that's what I mean when I say, like, everybody brought something to the movie. And that's why I wanted to say that to you. Like, your character, you may not think that the top billing or whatever, but just being there, making sure that she has a connection to her old life and her new life, and the new life is through your character, because there's still that person that's like, okay, girl, you remember why we're here, and it doesn't have to be every single scene. I think the beauty is like coming in at random moments and being like, Chrissy, what you got going on here, baby? Because we gotta circle around a little bit, and so. Bravo. Like, I'm telling you, I love that movie. So
part of the job of the POV character is like, my job was the reactions. So they used a lot of my reactions. Oh, sorry. Because what I'm doing with my reactions is getting across how she probably feels, but she's not able to show that, right? Mm-hmm. So my character is the one who gets to do the all of that stuff that she's just not in that moment able to show. But you need that because it gives you all of that insight. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I had to take another screenshot. My mom is gonna love this. I'm sorry. Like but yeah. I mean, you're right, because she's back in this place where she's kind of shutting down at first. Like, my parents don't even live here anymore. There's nothing here left for me. And then when Luke read her real quick and was like, you used to know every single dirt road in this place, and I'm sure you couldn't even figure your way out anymore. And she was like, she was a little gagged. She was like, oh my God. She was like, I really don't. But you weren't supposed to say anything. Mac Attack said, what was the title of this movie? It was...
A Country Christmas Harmony.
I always want to say A Sweet Corn Christmas for some reason, and there's a specific reason. I think about Rose Nyland being like a milkmaid or corn queen or whatever she was, and I don't know why. There is no logical reason for me to connect those two things, but for some reason I do.
My other favorite part about the movie is that they don't jump to sex.
Yes.
Like, it's not even like on the table at first. They're just getting to know each other, and it's all about the love and the connection. It's not about the jumping into bed together. I love it.
Yes. And it's not because she's like insecure about her body. I don't think people realize like the power that this movie had for me. That's why I keep bringing that part up, because as a bigger person, it gets really disheartening to see people who don't, you have to look a certain way, and you have to, whatever else, and it has to be a man and a woman. And what I love about that movie so much is she was a person first. Like, before anything else, like her friend, your character is a person first. It's not like, okay, we checked the box, we got a big person, and now we got a gay character. It was like, just people, just two people. You know, her friend misses his husband at Christmas time. They can't spend it together. And she cares enough to be like, I am going to bring him to you because you mean that much to me, as opposed to, there's my gay assistant. He braids my hair sometimes, you know.
And that was why I loved it so much, because I was like, there's nothing. I've always said that I will never ever play a sort of stereotypical gay, because there's no, number one, we don't need them anymore, and number two, it's not representative. Although we got a lot of queens nowadays, so it is kind of becoming more representative. But for a long time, it was, you know, the goal, like Glad said at the Emmys last night, the goal is for people to see us and see that we're normal human beings.
Mm-hmm.
When you see that we're normal human beings, you're more likely to vote for us or treat us well or any of those things. And so playing that stereotypical thing was for a long time was just going backwards in a way. And any role that was specifically written that way for me was just like, no, I can't do that.
Something that I learned from Q Force, which was a queer adult cartoon on Netflix. It only had one season because straight people had an issue that it didn't. Literally, straight men were like, they were offended that the token straight guy was such a ponce. Like straight people actually got Q Force canceled, but I loved Q Force because they engaged in so many queer stereotypes, but it always in a way to empower the queer characters. Stereotypes can be used to sort of empower the character, but usually when we talk about stereotypes, they're meant to diminish. But like, if you can have stereotypes there, like stereotypes can be used to empower the queer characters. And I liked that Q Force did that every single time. They never skipped a beat, but like, yeah, I hear what you're saying for sure. Like, we don't need diminishing stereotypes anymore at all.
Yeah.
This live has been very, as just because I'm not as familiar with your work as obviously Galen and Mike are, but this live has really been eye-opening for me, because I think that we as people don't really recognize our impact on other people, just because of how you were so surprised that he saw the movie, and then Galen was so surprised when we were talking about how we've been watching you before we subscribed to your live. Like, it's like you don't realize the impact that you have on people. So just watching you guys has made me want to be like more aware of those things.
Oh, that's awesome. I feel like we've changed your life, and I love that.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing to see. So earlier I kind of got a little emotional because people are like subscribing, like everyone here is subscribed to me on TikTok. And as I've kind of I started making some charm content a couple of years ago, and genuinely I thought I was just going to upload it to YouTube. Nobody was going to watch it. And then I'd move on in my life being unhappy. And as time has gone on, I've started to find myself in creating things, in doing little voiceovers, that whatever, but you know, in making content and expressing myself, and to see people receive that so positively and give me support long before people were supporting me financially, but just supporting me, encouraging me, and telling me like, you can do it. This is something that you're good at. I've never had someone to like tell me like, you're good at this, you know, outside of like my mom and my sister. You know, you kind of expect it from them, so when you hear it, you're like, okay, thanks, mom. You know?
Yeah, 1,000 times and I don't hear it. It's someone else.
And this is, you know, I feel excited about life probably for the first time in years. And even now getting to connect with someone that I see that movie like has, like, my mom and I, like, I bought it. I bought it on Amazon Prime because I was like, if it doesn't come on TV, I'm watching this movie. I thought I was looking for it in like the TV guide and it wasn't on there, and I was like, I've got to watch it. And then they showed it, I think like once or twice, but it means that much. And I'm glad that we're able to have this moment so that I can say to you, like, thank you for being you. Thank you for being a part of that project. Thank you for being a part of something that brought me joy and made me feel seen on screen. And you know, it's just like, child, I'm just.
It's a good night, honey. It's a good.
This
I
is
love
really
it.
amazing night. You said what?
I'm gonna text Brooke and tell her because she, you know, that was really important to her that it not be about her body in any way, shape, or form. You know, because it's not necessary. So you know, but it was always on the back of her mind, you know, like because even though the script wasn't talking about it, she was very conscious of it, of course.
Yeah.
And you can see that she's always got those inner thoughts, that sort of inner demon coming through. And so to know that she made that much of an impact, she'll love to hear that. So I'm happy to tell her.
I love that because she makes me feel like I can do it. Because I love that there wasn't like Luke wasn't married to like the old cheerleader in the school who was like, look at you. Luke would never look at you. You know, like 'cause it could have very easily devolved into that. And I'm so thankful. And Lifetime has been on it.
There wasn't even another woman. Like it was never about that. It wasn't about the competition of it, you know. That's important as well, yeah.
He didn't have a dead wife because, you know, usually they always have to do that. Like, oh, I remember when my wife died after stepping on that ice cube and then she fell into a meat grater. I'll never love a woman the way I love Susie, you know.
By the way, happy belated birthday, Danny.
Oh, thank you.
Happy belated birthday.
I was perma bananaed on your birthday, so I couldn't send you a message.
Oh my gosh.
I was bananaed. I'm not supposed to be here. I got my account back. I was bananaed.
What's banana?
Oh, like okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought this was like some BDSM type stuff.
Yeah,
I wasn't
me
sure what was going on.
Me
I was
too.
like, okay, is this a safe
No.
word? I don't know it.
No, here,
I was like
hear these
banana.
words right now. Hear these words right now, right now. Hear these words right now. One day, Danny Pintaro will banana me.
In your I don't know. Somebody asked about a Who's the Boss reunion, and I have no update on it, unfortunately. The last I heard, they were submitting new scripts for the idea, and then that was last year. So I'm not in the loop, unfortunately, because I will only be like a guest star if I make an appearance. I'm not going to be like series regular, so I'm just not being told, you know, sort of what's actually happening with it. But as I always say in my lives, and Carpe will tell you this, it's like not even in my list of top 5 things that I want to do. Like I just don't want to be Jonathan Bauer out the gate. Like I'm coming back after a 10-year break, and the last thing I want to do is go right back into that character and that you know, being stereotyped as him. So while I will do it and I will love doing it, it's not on my radar. I would love to do like multiple dramatic things before then, and then do the reboot, and we'll see if that works out.
Yeah.
Well, and not to turn this into like an interview, because I promise you that is not my goal or objective. What would be like your ideal role?
Yeah, that's easy. Like, do you know who Mike Flanagan is?
Yes.
If you don't, you have to look up. So, The Haunting of Hill House, The Haunting of Bly Manor, Midnight Mass.
Okay.
Ooh.
Just really, really in like the characters are all just very complex, but it's also horror. And so there's just so many levels to the characters. In every season, he does an episode that is 3 15-minute single camera shots. Mm-hmm. And so just being able to play that would be awesome. But yeah, if you haven't seen Midnight Mass, is probably my favorite, because every episode has a 5-minute monologue from one of the main characters, and they're all just gut-wrenching and beautiful, and then you know, and then it gets really dark. You know, the series gets very dark and really scary and kind of gross. But yeah, so something like that is top of my list.
Did he do House of Usher? That was him.
Also, House of Usher, amazing.
Amazing. That in the Midnight Mass, that she's also in House of Usher, but the uber religious woman, that character, man. Oh my god. Oh
So,
my god.
so good.
Yeah.
I love the lead in House of Usher. I love that he came in after they had already spent 3 months filming the show.
Oh really?
Did you know that? Yeah, the guy who was hired for the role ended up getting fired for inappropriate conduct. Frank Langella, do you know who that is?
No, I'm gonna look him up right now.
Anyway, he got fired, and they hired this guy, and they had already filmed most of the season, and he came in and redid all of the scenes, and there's these 5-minute monologues that he's just powerhousing through at the end of a 3.5 month shoot. So good.
Oh, he looks familiar.
Yeah, you're a little bit old for most of the stuff that he was like. I know, right? And that was the other problem. He's just, why would anyone ever want to? Yeah, Mac Attack. I would definitely work for Ryan Murphy for sure. That's always been top of the list, and everybody says we'd make a great fit. So I definitely would do that.
I could definitely see you being in a Ryan Murphy project, because I feel like you could be one of those characters that's expressive, because you're very like, I feel like everybody else around will be like this, and you'd be like, wait a minute, hold up, this isn't the problem to you. You know what I mean? Like that character that's like bringing attention to stuff, like wait, that makes it to the end because you actually had sense. And you could keep up with what was going on.
That's awesome. I'm totally ready.
Way back in 1987 and 1988, my family would go over to my pop-up's house for dinner once or twice a week, and I would always I would always lay on my belly on the floor right in front of the TV, waiting for Jonathan Bauer, just like this, watching it, and they would always be like, "He loves Jonathan."
You were kind of having a Saltburn moment, apparently, on your belly.
Yeah,
for Jonathan. Come on.
Wow.
When I used to watch Who's the Boss, I'm gonna be 100% honest. Like, there was something about Judith Light that just always kind of enamored me, because the way she speaks and carries herself. And then I remembered seeing her performance as Karen Wolick on One Life to Live, and like I watched that, and like ever since then I was just like obsessed. And then it was like everyone else. I think Who's the Boss had a good ensemble cast. Like, you get shows sometimes that just have really good chemistry with each other, and I think all of you played off each other so well, and it seemed like a family unit, and it seemed like two families trying to come together.
And I think the thing that made it so successful was that we're all like real actors. So even though there's comedy happening, there's lots of layers underneath. A lot of times with sitcoms back in the day, especially, there were like half the cast was really just there to give the one-liner, and there's no dimensions, nothing else going on.
Oh,
but that's partly why
super dimensional. That was such a dimensional show.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right,
there was always an element of
my dinner is here. I gotta go eat dinner. It's late dinner.
Out, guys.
It was so nice to meet you. Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, no problem. I followed you.
Cool.
Okay.
Bye. See you all soon.
Love you, Danny.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Tonight's been so awesome. Oh my God.
I was not expecting that. And I do watch Lifetime movies, because I think Lifetime movies are pretty good.
Oh, Danny Pintaro is legit. Like I want to see him in so many things.
I'm not familiar with his work, but I was excited that you were excited, and it excited me that he was excited that you knew of his work. So just watching the exchange was there. So I had a similar experience recently. So I act as well. And I was on set. Yeah, I was on set for American Horror Story. So y'all know MJ Rodriguez is on this new
American
Horror Story. Yeah. So I mean, I didn't have a lead role, but I was on set working, like just doing some background stuff and just helping out on set. And as she's walking out, the whole time I'm like looking, because baby, I'm a Pose fanatic. Like, I love me some Pose. Like, Blanca Evangelista, I can't believe this, right? So I'm looking at her, but like I'm trying not to stare or anything. And on her way out off of set, she gives me some compliments along the lines of like, girl, you are so beautiful. You're like, you are the goal, right? As she's walking. And I go to her, oh my God, I'm so happy to talk that you spoke to me. I'm such a big fan. And she looked at me like she was shocked that I knew her. And I'm looking at her, I'm like, girl, yes, you. And then I went on IG and I made a video and tagged her and she reposted it on her story. But it was like, it's like we don't realize the impact that we have on other people. And I think that she assumed that I wouldn't know her because she assumed only someone that is obviously a part of the community would watch Pose. But no, girl, I saw every single episode, even the finale, all of it. And I love you. Like, so that exchange watching you and him was very like inspiring.
So a couple. So just to give you like a little background for a second. I didn't know that I was gay when I was like a toddler or like in pre-kindergarten, but I knew that I was different, and I wasn't having crushes on girls. Like if I was having crushes, it was like I just knew that I was different than other boys. And Danny Pintaro, Jonathan Bauer on Who's the Boss was the first real crush that I ever had. And there's this one day that because I do MMA training, and I think I posted a video of like after like, I was super sweaty and I was like taking my shirt off or whatever, but he commented on it and I forget what he like just like did the fire emojis or whatever.
Yeah.
And the fact that like my first ever gay crush has just basically told me that he thinks that I'm hot. Like that was like top 10 moments of my life, like that, like because I legitimately remember back in the like not a lot of the 80s, but back like couldn't wait for Who's the Boss because of Jonathan Bauer. And I just loved Jonathan Bauer. Like he was just such a crush of mine, and he was the first crush that I remember ever having. And the fact that like I now am on speaking terms with my first gay crush ever is like, it is the craziest thing.
Oh my God, that's so amazing. That I love hearing these stories of like connection, and I'm gonna tell you why. Not just like being happy for y'all. I think it reinforces to me that like you don't know what doors are gonna be opened for you to meet people. Or, it's like I came across a tweet the other day that I had tweeted in 2018, and I tagged Holly Marie Combs in it and was like, happy birthday from one of your biggest fans that would give his left foot to meet you, whatever. And because I'm not gonna lie to y'all, like last night and this morning, I was feeling very down because I'm just ready to move into that next phase of my life and of this content creation journey. And I almost started feeling like, is this really for me? Like, should I keep doing it? Because I don't necessarily, it's not that I hate my job. I don't hate my job. I'm over it. I'm over giving my energy to things that don't, that I don't want to do. And I kind of got very emotional, irritable, all kinds of things. And when I came across that tweet, it hit me that like life goes on and you do eventually get to where you're trying to go. Because in 2018, I was thinking like, oh God, I'll never meet her. And I would love to meet her one day, but I can't. And this and that. And now I've met her twice. And I made her cry, like it's just like with my words, not from like, accosting her or anything, but it's like to think of how that progression came. And like Mac Attack said, manifestation is real. And it's so like sobering. And even tonight, being able to talk to Danny Pintaro, like, and just let him know that he is a part of this project that made me feel like I can move in circles that I thought I couldn't before, because I always limit myself and be like, nobody would want to see a big person on TV. Nobody wants to see me, and I'm this and that and da da da. But seeing that movie made me like, no, I can be an actor. Like I can get up there as long as I'm talented and can do what I need to do. And letting him know that is probably one of the best things that's ever happened in my life. And especially recently when I keep questioning like if I'm doing the right things, it's like I know it's because Mike is here and I know it's because he's Mike's connection, but it was genuinely sobering to be able to be in the same space as him. So
Well, now he's your connection too, right? Like that's
he is. We followed each other. So
no.
I'm not saying I'm a celebrity, but
And I also think that Danny. The more I talk to him, like we sometimes have private conversations, and I get the sense that he, in some ways, represents like the heralding of a new way of like the relationship between famous people and like not famous people. You know what I mean?
yeah, I know, yeah.
He's interactive in a way that's like human, and I don't think that the other way is super sustainable anymore.
Yeah. With there being that constant barrier of like they're here and we're here,
I think that died with
it's
social media. Like when social media came, I have a famous best friend. You guys may not know her. She's very, very ratchet, extremely ratchet. Huh?
not she's
She is. Her name's Suki Hana. Have you guys ever heard of her?
yes.
That's
Sophie Hana?
that's my best friend.
She on Baddies, isn't she?
Yeah, that's my best friend. Like best friend.
Girl,
And
Real life?
talking
Off the internet? Y'all got pictures in the phone?
not in
I had to
now
check.
you need to see the receipts.
I can show y'all. Come on.
I mean, you had to do all that.
I can show y'all. I mean, I don't know how to do it on here. Hold up.
So you just click on your thing, and then it's actually the first button. It's like the green button with
Click
that
like-
down.
okay.
With the down arrow.
Thank you, Catherine.
Okay, so let me see.
I haven't watched Baddies, but the news circulates a lot, so I end up seeing her face a lot in the newest season. So that's why I was like, well, yeah, she's in Baddies. Like people
Okay,
post about them all the time.
Child, we love it. You better tell Suki to get up on here real one day. Let me stop.
So this is at that carnival this year. Can y'all see that?
Yes.
is us
Let me
at-
put it on the hold on. So everybody can see.
This is us at carnival this year.
Okay.
Hold on.
Come on, boy.
Yeah, no,
Wait,
that's my
I
best
don't
friend.
know. Okay. I'm on TikTok to put you down, girl. Okay.
Jennifer, well, yeah, I didn't think about that. But
Yeah.
Jennifer said, let me have a serve you real quick. Jennifer said, let me show you something real
Hold
quick.
on.
She give us a little 1, 2, 3. That's okay.
Hold up.
That part.
Let me go to the throwies.
Not the throw.
Girl, like I said, you want to tell
Hold on.
Suki to get up on here one day, then
Hold
I'll
on.
say hey.
I love it with
Yeah.
Birdie.
The world is a lot smaller than we all think.
It really
Yeah.
is.
So-
and by the way, let me say this: I am joking about bringing her on. I don't want you to think I'm just trying to use you for
Oh
something.
no.
I promise you.
Hold on. Why the picture ain't coming up? Hold up. I wanted to show y'all. Hold on.
This thing is so weird, like the way it be doing. That's why I only be using certain pictures for the background because
This the throwbie of us.
oh, that is such a
Back like 5
picture.
years. This is like 5 years ago. We did like a little photo shoot together. But
Baby,
yeah.
when y'all ate that up?
So yeah, but I was saying like how we, but my point in that is how we became best friends. So before I don't know what the hell I just did. Before I got into acting, I did radio. And Suki at the time was like very she was still like an up and coming social media person kind of thing. a lot of people didn't know her. She might have had like 100,000 followers on social media, but she was up and coming. And I would always play like her videos, and everybody be like, "Why you listen to that Ratchet Girl Manifestation?" Right?
Mm-hmm.
And one day when I was doing my show, she was in town, and I was like, "Hey, come here," and we've been best friends ever since. This was
Yeah.
like 7 years ago. So
I
it's like
love
you never, yeah. And if I wasn't a person that was interested in her in the beginning, we wouldn't be
Yep.
so close. Then we became close over the years. So it's like that manifestation. Keep manifesting, honey.
Yeah.
Keep
Yes.
manifesting.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Because I mean, and this is like the people from Wicked City. I remember one day, like when I first watched it, I was like, I'm gonna talk to them one day. Like one, but you know, they're very interactive because like their fan base is still relatively small. And you know, some of them don't have like the most followers in the world, which is fine because they're still on their come up era.
Right.
And I was like, one day I'm gonna get a chance to talk to them, and now it's like it's here, it is
You done
happening.
met all the charmed ones, honey. I'm trying to get like
I don't know
you.
the chart.
I'm
Like,
trying to find out where they at.
because let me tell, I don't even remember. That's the thing is, I don't remember how I found out. I remember I was driving home from Tennessee because I went to go see Holly first, and I only saw her by herself. And I was like, oh, maybe one day I can meet everyone else. And so when I was driving home from Holly, it was like this thing came up, the Big Texas Comic Con, and I was like, what is this? Mind you, I'm driving, and so I pulled up the Big Texas Comic Con, and it was Holly, Shannon, and Rose, and I was like, I bought the ticket immediately. I bought it right
course.
then and there on the spot. And did I have the most money in the world? No, but I still did it. And as I was heading, like I think I was still at the event. No, I had left the event, and I think I was getting ready to come home from meeting the three of them, and I saw that Alyssa was gonna be in Dallas, and I was like, okay, I'm going to Dallas in a couple of weeks, and I went to go meet her, and it was like it blew my mind that I actually got a chance to see Holly, Shannon, and Rose on the actual 25th anniversary of Charmed. Like it was
I saw that.
Yes, it was October 7th, and it was the actual day that Charmed started. And so I had a chance to ask them about their perspective on the legacy of the show on its 25th anniversary. Like I didn't even realize it. I think it was like halfway through. I think I had gotten back to my room and was like getting ready to post pictures, and I was like, today is the 25th. Oh, not then. It was, I think I was like in line or something. I was like, somebody said something. I was like, wait, today is the anniversary. Like today is the anniversary of this television program. And I was like, I mean, I have a better quality video of me talking to them. And it was such a surreal moment. You know how sometimes a memory kind of seems like it didn't happen to you necessarily? It like I go back sometimes and I look at it and I'm like, I met all of them and had a chance to ask them this question, and like Holly got choked up and was like, I'm gonna cry, and and I got a chance to say like,
it's a Holly voice for me every time.
I gotta stop that because one day she's gonna see it and she's gonna be like, do you really make my sound like that? And I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say that was my evil twin brother that does that voice.
As far as Piper is concerned, she's got to know that Piper sounds like that, right?
She has to. Like she has to be aware. She has to.
It's not
She has to. Like,
But the
not
next,
always, but it's like, yeah. Go ahead.
but I was gonna say, but the next time, please post about it. Like, if you see anything, you're gonna go. Please alert all of us, especially if you see Julian going anywhere. Because I saw Julian and Alyssa were just in Paris, and I was devastated.
That's why I was so shocked she was in Dallas. Like when I found out she was gonna be in Dallas, and Dallas is only like 4.5 hours away from me, maybe 4. I was like, I have to meet her with her being this close because I don't know when she's gonna be somewhere next. I know that Holly, Rose, and Shannon are going to be in Orlando at the beginning of February, I think.
Can I ask a question?
Hmm?
So is it like, are they just like intentionally just not working together?
Say again? What's that noise?
Planet Neptune, baby, you okay?
Are you stapling something?
I'm okay. I was doing a wig and I was spraying. I realized I didn't mute myself when I did it.
Oh, I was like, girl, blink twice. Let us know what's going on.
Are you choking?
Oh, no. I was spraying the wig shine on it. I forgot to mute myself.
I was like, baby girl, what's going on over there?
We're okay. We're okay.
Okay.
The question is like, will it always just be that Alyssa will just be alone?
You know, I think about that sometimes, and I don't know what the answer to that question is because
So you've never seen her with the others.
they've never been to the four of them have never been together.
Okay.
Shannon, Alyssa, and Holly, I think just recently, maybe within the past year or so, started doing stuff together. And my thing with
What? That's true?
yeah, like they just like the three of them just started doing stuff together within like the past year, maybe two. But it's
I don't get that. I don't get that.
yeah, it's fair. It's still fairly new, but you know, Shannon hasn't really done like a lot of stuff. It's mainly been like Holly that goes places, and you know whatever her and Brian and Drew. So you know, it's kind of been.
Will this continue now that the podcast?
Well, you know, they're supposed to be rebranding
Uh-oh.
it, and like somebody else is joining or something like that. I'm not quite 100% sure. You know, like
They're rebranding what?
like the podcast. You know, they're shutting the Patreon down or have already shut it down, and like the
Shannon?
podcast, I think is gonna be doing like they're gonna start over from what I understand. And
I'm talking about Shannon's podcast.
oh, Shannon's. Why was I thinking you were talking about House Hannibal? Okay, so what was your question about Shannon's?
But my question is, after Shannon's podcast, like, is Alyssa and Shannon gonna be like in the same place?
Oh, I mean that's up to I don't know the answer fully to that. I would say probably not. I would say that the likelihood of them being in the same place at the same time is probably pretty low.
Yeah, I was
Not
gonna
to
say
say-
it's giving that's pretty much over. That's what it's
It's
giving.
giving, but I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, and this is me. I've never believed that we were gonna get a reunion, and even before this, I did not think it was gonna happen, and not because like, oh, they hate each other, they'll never, you know, not like that, but
No.
I think they're a good example of like that time of my life has passed, and I choose not to revisit it, and that was why I always kind of felt like. You know,
Also,
Mia said Holly Marie said they could green screen them together.
What?
Actually, that's so funny that you said that because yeah, that's true. She did say that. The other thing is though that like as much as tea that was spilt, Shannon didn't necessarily like pour all the tea on Alyssa herself. It was more of like a men in charge kind of like pinning them against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And you know it's funny because like if I didn't hear Alyssa spoke to this like a year ago or so, and I just happened to hear it, and she said something like, I regret being so competitive. And I didn't really know to what extent that was, but like I knew that it had to do with that, and knowing the time frame of like, because that was an awful time for I mean it's always been an awful time for women,
Yeah.
but like that was the years of Monica Lewinsky, Britney Spears, like
Yeah,
so women.
that was a rough time.
It was
Right. It was one of the rough times, right? So like so when Alyssa said something like I regret like being competitive and not knowing what that really meant, or she said something like not knowing that I didn't have to be competitive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She said something like that, and like that like clued me in, and then so when I was jarred by what Shannon Doherty had to say, but I wasn't surprised.
Yeah. Yeah. And see that same thing is why I don't care for people asking me like, do you prefer Prue or Paige? Because I feel like, or you know, which sister could beat the others, and Piper solos and Prue solos and whatever else. that's why I don't care for that, because I feel like even on screen we're carrying that same, we have to pit them against each other
Yeah.
mentality, because the whole point of the show is that they're sisters.
Right.
So, I don't want to watch the show to be like, oh, Piper could beat her sisters, or Paige could orb her sisters, or Phoebe or Prue could do this. No, I'm watching it to see their sisterhood, how they get work together.
Yeah.
You ain't lying, friend.
And that's why I just ignore that kind of stuff. And like, I hate being this person, but people like tag me and stuff, and I love looking at a lot of it. But then sometimes it'll be a video of like Piper blowing, they'll edit a video of like Piper blowing something up, and then they put Paige getting blasted back or something, and I'm just like, I don't want to see that, because
Right.
I don't even like when they do it with the new girls, because it's like that show has been off the air now going on 2 years. It's time to
Really?
let it
It's
go.
been that long?
I didn't know that it went 4 seasons.
It did. It
Outta
went 4
here.
seasons from
I thought it was one
2018
season.
to 2022.
Yeah, that's what they just said. I thought it was 1 season.
I ran
It was
from it.
4.
I ran from it so bad.
The thing is like, if it hadn't been called Charmed, I think it would have been successful. That was their
Yes.
Yo,
Yes.
did you ever watch Secret Circle?
I've never watched a show, but people keep
You
suggesting.
haven't?
Oh my
I
god!
have.
And the thing is, like, what a mistake to only have that be 1 season.
Yeah.
What a mistake! Like,
Yeah.
Charmed allowed Secret Circle to go beyond the boundaries of what Charmed could do. It allowed magic to be darker, grittier, and in a world with internet phones.
Yeah. Because I remember in season 1 of the reboot, when like there was an episode where they like texted each other the spell that they needed to do, and then like called each other and got on there. And I think that was a good idea. I think the reboot was trying to do so much so early, and that's why like season 4, the way they had to bring in the new girl, she wasn't even their sister. She was just someone who had like Macy's stem cells in her or whatever. And so it was like,
I didn't even know that. I don't think I watched all of it.
What made
I don't
it
think
hard?
it was crazy.
Like, I was so sad when she died.
What made it hard for me is it was hard. Like, I just felt like, I don't know if it was the acting or the actual characters, but it just felt not authentic. Like, it just, it didn't feel real. So
It felt
because of that,
rushed. To me, it felt rushed. Like
it felt,
they were
but it
rushing
also
the story.
it felt forced and a little cringe
Yeah.
for me. And
Yeah.
because of that, I just was like, I turned it on, and I was, and me, especially being an OG Charmed fanatic, it was like, get this BS out of my face right now.
Yeah. That's why I say, like, if it had been, because I know there was someone that says they didn't like the CGI of the powers. I really enjoyed the
I hated
magic.
that too.
But see, I enjoyed the magic. Maybe not the way it looked, but I enjoyed the magic. Like I think I liked it for like the same kind of cheesy reason that I love the magic in season 1. I mean, not of season 1, but of OG, because like sometimes Piper would freeze somebody and they would just freeze the frame, and then sometimes Piper would freeze somebody and you could see them standing there and then they're still kind of like moving a little bit. But that's the magic of the show.
Yeah, but sometimes, but less is more sometimes. Like sometimes, like that works. Like
that's true, absolutely.
I do think, because I did give that one a more, like, I watched that probably more than I did watch the OG. So I feel like they were trying to still give it a nostalgic feel, but at the same time, it's like we're in when it started, 2018, like we're like, they were trying to give it a modern feel at the same time, because they were introducing it to a new audience that, all these shows are coming out at this particular time. Because back then, you had more shows like The Secret Circle, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and even in the late 2000s, like Vampire Diaries, Twilight. Like, there was so much of that particular genre coming out at that time. It's like, well, now in 2018, they were kind of struggling at that particular point to put out something that people would keep their eyes on, because now we got phones. We can pretty much see so much, and it was like the show wasn't keeping a lot of people's attention if you didn't see the original. So it was
Right.
like the people.
It gave low key. It gave a little bit Cheetah Girls. Like I was expecting them to bust. I was expecting them to bust out
Where
in
you get
song.
that from?
No, I was expecting them to bust out in song in any given moment because it just
Not-
gave that level of like a little bit cheese for me. It was just like, okay, girl, like are you
Macy
gonna
was
be like,
run
and
around
now
the
the
house
demon
thinking
is
I don't
coming.
want to be like Cinderella. Leave me
Yeah,
alone.
it gave like they were gonna be like, and now the demon is coming our home to kill us. Like, girl, like, calm down. It's not that deep.
Oh my god.
I don't know. I did like the dynamic, but I was sitting there like, I was like, who is everybody's parents like the same? Like, I was a little confused because, like, everybody, it made sense that everybody, like, okay, yeah, I can see similarities between y'all and the parents. But it was really hard for me to see the similarities when it came to those particular three because it was like Macy had curly, dark black hair. And I can't even remember the other two names. Like, this is bad. Like,
See, and so that's another part of my problem is that you already have one of them coming in as a half sister from the book. So we're not even getting a chance to get into their sisterhood because we are watching their dynamic with this new person they didn't grow up with. That's number one. Then you go around and you start shifting dynamics and saying that Macy and Maggie actually have the same father as opposed to Mel and Maggie, but that doesn't even really matter because we've never seen Mel and Maggie interact with their father like that, so we have no real connection to that storyline. And you going back telling us that these two are actually full siblings doesn't do anything. Like it didn't. It just felt like a plot point to try to be like, here's a twist you're not gonna expect next week on Charmed.
you saw that?
Like it just
The comments. I'm sorry. Continue.
not Marge Simpson.
Oh my God, it just-
Leave me alone.
Macy and Maggie and Marge Simpson is crazy.
I know it wasn't March, but you're right.
Not Margarita. The fact that her name is Margarita, so I just call her Margarita on the rocks.
One of them always needed a drink, or they always
Baby.
like a party.
It sounds like it would have done better if it was called something else and didn't have so many like on the nose like calls to Charmed, like the Book of Shadows and the House.
Yeah.
It sounds like it would have done better if it was more of its own thing and pulled and did more subtle pulls from the original Charmed.
Yeah.
And then they turned them low key into Buffy, and there had been previous Charmed ones.
What?
I say
What?
they low key turned them into Buffy because, instead of just being the one set of Charmed ones, there had been like a lineage of Charmed ones. None of them were related. They had just kept getting reincarnated, and in every single incarnation, one of them is overwhelmed by the power of 3 and they die, and then they move on to another set, and they were
Which is
just the
ridiculous because we saw Wyatt and Chris be created. So where the hell are they? Don't play in my face.
yeah.
But like, it would have been really cool if they came into that show and was like, kind of help them. It's like still carrying on the legacy, but it's still having like a separate storyline. Like, what are they doing now? How are their lives?
Yeah.
Like.
I would have been okay with the multiverse. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because you fix the issue of them no longer being unique. Like, they're literally just the most current. Like, that's why I call them the Slayers of Magic, because they're just they're the current incarnation of the Charmed ones. And once they're gone, someone else is gonna take their place. But as a multiverse, I feel like then they're still unique in their universe. However, you can get into every every different universe has to have a set of sisters who are powerful, because that's just how magic works. It has to be there to balance, and then they could find out that there's another universe where the OG sisters live, and you could even have like Phoebe trying to send them messages, because then they did that whole thing with the videotapes and whatever, which was just ridiculous. And but you can have her. Yeah, they did this whole thing where like a powerful witch with the power of premonition had like put stuff on videotapes or something, and they were trying to do a callback to the 90s, and that's where all this information was. But instead of doing that, you know, by this point Maggie had gotten the power of premonition, so she was having visions. So what you could have done was have Phoebe connecting to her. I mean, like you could have literally done that and then moved on with your life, and then bada bing bada bam, you got your connection. Whether the OG show up or not, you have a connection. But the other part of the problem is that should have been a season like 1 thing. That should have been like a season 1 or 2.
I feel like I agree with Mike. I just feel like they should have just called it something different, because the bar is just set so high when you call it Charm. It would be like if they say, "Oh, we're coming out with a new Titanic movie," and then Jack is played by one of the Jonas Brothers. It's like, come on, bro. Like, be for real. Like, we don't take the word. This is not serious. Like, you're not. Be so for real. So I just feel like, or maybe if they like made another show, you know how like Angel and Buffy were like linked, but they were their own show.
They were their own things.
Maybe it would have been like you said, a multiverse, but like it wasn't called Charmed. It was called like I don't know. Are y'all into like Degrassi?
I've seen it on and off, but I don't watch it.
Yeah, I did watch it. I can't remember.
Degrassi was like the 80s, right? And the one Drake was on was Degrassi, but it was like Degrassi: The Next Generation.
Yeah.
So like they had like one character on there like that connected everybody who was like a teacher. But
that would make sense. Like that would make absolute sense. And I think that they just it should have just been something else, and then they just do a nod to Charmed or something like that, because like as it was just like, girl, what are we doing? What do we have going on? What's happening? So.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. And I guess the internet told me to get the hell off, but
oh,
I don't know I don't know what just happened, but I was saying like in Degrassi, like one of the teachers used to be a student in like the 80s on Degrassi. Like he was in the original Degrassi, and 20 years later, he's now a teacher teaching the new generation. If they would have done it something like that, where no, the stories don't have anything else, but like it's still like a baton pass, because we recognize that that's a teacher and you're acknowledging that this is the same school, but different students. Like this is the same idea, but different women.
All those witches from Magic School that Paige taught, like Maggie, Marge, Simpson, and whoever.
Leave me alone.
Couldn't have been like, or like instead of it being Charmed, like they could have been the new ultimate power.
Yeah.
Pulling out the blanket.
Yeah.
You know, like you're right. It is what you were saying about like it had like the bar was like you're setting the bar really high, and relatively speaking, not a lot of time has gone by yet.
Right.
Like, did we need a Charmed reboot that didn't involve the original sisters? No, we did not.
Right.
Yeah, we didn't. I wasn't ready. And mind you, when that Charmed started, so OG Charmed was on Netflix, and they kicked OG Charmed off Netflix because of that show.
I know.
Yeah.
And that was where I used to stream it, and they were like, because nobody was watching the new one on there.
Right.
So they kicked the OG one off, so people, and I still didn't watch. All I did was subscribe to Peacock.
Right.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't know if y'all know what the blanket means. I don't know if you've been here.
I think that means you're done.
The blanket means we're getting ready to wrap it on.
Right. That's what I thought. That's what. Maybe I'm with you. That's what I thought. I've been easing my way.
I didn't want to say, we need to. But I was like, okay. I said maybe we don't know what the blanket is, so I'ma just kind of, ease that on in here, ease it on down the road.
All right now.
Just listen, but y'all, it has been so amazing tonight, and I'm so happy I got a chance to talk to y'all.
Yes.
Very, very fun.
Yes, it's been very informative. I will let you know what I think of at least season 1 by probably next week.
Okay, good. And I'll be waiting. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm probably gonna forget because my memory is bad, but I'm gonna try my hardest to remember. And Thank you to everyone that subscribed. Oh my God. I don't know what to do. I'm just so shocked. Thank you, Mechatech. I'm just like, when I tell you, I'm just like, let me take another picture. Ugh, I like taking pictures. Let me tell y'all why I like taking screenshots and pictures. What I'm trying to do. Ew, no, thank you. After
No,
the
I just want
story
to tell
with the
Summer
ghost.
Renaissance. Holly Marie Combs said herself that Netflix left because of that. That's not hearsay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Holly Marie Combs said herself that they took Netflix off of there because of the ratings. Because
Baby,
but go
Holly
ahead,
said, let me spill out it to you.
yeah, because at that time her and Rose McGowan went on live talking, you know, their little SHIT about it, and that's when she said it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. And they were mad because they're not getting residuals from there anymore. But go ahead.
Ooh, child. My God.
From Netflix. Go ahead. Go ahead, say what you was gonna say, Galen. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I've appreciated tonight so much, and just for everyone that believes in me and is supporting me, and just I'm trying to get out some stuff that everybody will like. Make sure I, make it worth your while. If you know what I mean. That didn't land the way I thought it would. Anyway,
we get you, friend. We get you.
But no, I appreciate it so much. And tonight tonight has been like the highlight of the month.
Galen, I have a question. Are you gonna ever do House of the Dragon lives?
Oh my God. I would love to. And if you would like to, because I know, we had talked about that, and I started listening to Fire and Blood, and then ADHD.
So I'm actually I need to get a second account because I was bananaed, and it's smart to have a second account, and I think I might be using my second account for more fun stuff like this.
Does TikTok not allow you to use that word? Is that why you keep saying banana?
Yeah, people say banana a lot, so they don't say the other word.
I was on a very nice trajectory of like sharing content, and then what happened overseas happened, and I have not been quiet about like.
Oh.
And so now I'm shadow bananaed.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
So like I was like, TikTok was sharing my content normally before October.
Yeah.
And now they're doing some shady stuff. But House of the Dragon is so I think I want to use Mike's Gay Fire for like that's account like for like more activist stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then like have another account that's like a backup that is more like for like that isn't tainted by TikTok's abuse.
Yeah.
Got it.
I got you.
Yeah.
I definitely would love to do more. That might be after I finish the Wicked City stuff. That might be what I do, is like some more in-depth like House of the Dragon stuff, because I feel like right now with doing 2 lives a week talking about Charmed, it'll be kind of hard to, focus myself. So
And yeah, I've read House of the Dragon, or I've read Fire and Blood 9 times.
I remember you saying.
I'm on my 10th time now. So like,
I'm so excited to learn more about my Targaryens. I'm so excited.
you saw the show though, right? Everybody else saw the show?
Oh yeah. So, and then like I've read different things about it. So like I already know how it was. Well, the story was told of the Dance of the Dragons. How the Maesters told it, and then I know something about some of the future generations. Kind of how it got on its decline. The fire at, I think it was Harrenhal, that like wiped out an entire generation. Was it at Harrenhal?
No, that's Summer. It was Summerhall.
Summerhall. Okay.
Yeah, but also, you know how Game of Thrones had the Red Wedding?
Mm-hmm.
There's something. There's a Red Wedding type of thing coming next year.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Child?
And that's all I'm saying. But like, when you know, you know.
Yeah.
And it's going to be It's it's gonna be it's gonna be crazy. The internet is going to go buck wild.
I can believe it. I'm ready. I'm ready to see everyone's reaction to it.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, my eyes are getting heavy.
I was just gonna say, child.
I did have
You see me
one
later.
question before I drop out. Have you ever watched Buffy? Because I feel like nobody really talks. Well, Buffy the Vampire
Excuse
Slayer,
me.
but
Hold on.
no,
I'll-
no one really
every
ever
live.
talks about that show, and I've always wanted to have a discussion because I did get up to season 7.
Excuse me.
I was going to say we love Buffy. We love Buffy in this household.
Excuse me.
We
Have I
love
watched Buffy? Please.
Mhm.
Do you want to go live right now? We will talk about Buffy too.
Oh, I don't even think I've got live access. I'm only able to join panels.
Honey, you're on a live right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wish I could turn my camera on because I'm like,
Yeah, no. I was before, so I was raised by a warrior princess and a vampire slayer.
Oh, period.
Oh, thank you, Mac Attack. Baby, we are manifesting in 2024. Like, we are manifesting this year. Things are finna pop off. Things are finna happen. And I'm sorry, I know y'all were talking, but I just had to address that. Like, whew. And Mara said there is tons of Buffy content. And Ryan, that was in here earlier, he actually
Ryan.
talks about he talks about Buffy a lot. So
Ryan, I wish he was here longer.
he's so cool. I love talking to him, and I love hearing his opinions and just what he has to say.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, it's crazy. Like, I will think about something, and then the next day, he has made a video about it. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I wish I followed him earlier.
Yep. You'll love him if you do follow him.
Yeah.
Well, all right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the button on this. And
Good night.
Bye.
good night. It was so lovely.
Bye.
Bye.
Mm.